Welcome back to another Ab Nation with the hockey coach, Goro Coach Francis, directly for the beautiful country of the land of the smile, directly from Thailand on the great Wednesday night, June 28th, 2023, 78 days ago. 78 days ago. This was the last time Montreal Canadiens played a game. Since that night, all of you are looking for that night tonight at the Nashville, the NHL draft for the pick number 5 overall for the Montreal Canadiens. This is what we're looking for tonight, and we'll see what Ken Hughes has inside of his under his belt. What he's going to do with the number 5. So it'll be something to follow up for sure at that moment. Tonight, guys, we're going to have Mr. Nhl going to join us live the next couple of minutes, and we are about 40 minutes before the beginning of the NHL Draft Live, and after is going to join me in the next couple of minutes. And then we have Michael Devillano, guys. Michael has been with me for the last 3 years on the live streaming back and forth. And Michael is still at Nashville tonight for the NHL Draft, represent the team of the Everett Silver Tips and the WHL. So Michael is going to give us some kind of tips, some hit inside of what's going on in Nashville tonight. And Michael been there for many years at the NHL Draft. Usually, guys, I've always been at the NHL Draft in the last 10 years. Obviously, the reason I'm not there anymore is because I live in Thailand. But tonight, guys, this is the night for your team to see what's happening. Usually, the NHL Draft is about excitement, about hope. It's a new beginning for the team, something rebuilding, something try to get closer to the Stanley Cup. Something have no pick at the first round. They're just hanging there and looking what's going on. And then their other team are really busy. Some team have 2 picks. And can the Montreal Canadiens move up? Can the Montreal Canadiens move down? Can the Montreal stay there? And yes, the Cowboy is in town. I'm talking about Carey Price is in town tonight with the Montreal Canadiens at the table. What the heck is going on? Here we go. Carey Price for me is going to announce the pick of the Montreal Canadiens. That's what happening with Carey Price tonight. This is the reason he's there. He's a Cowboy. He loves Nashville. And that's the only reason I believe Carey Price is in town in Nashville tonight. But we'll see what Montreal is going to do. Are you going to keep the pick and select Michkov? Are you going to select Reinbacher? Are they going to select Leonard? Can one of the top 4 teams select a player with nobody expect? Could happen. That's the reason I select Leo Carlson for the Montreal Canadiens. Did you change your mind? The only thing I changed my mind, I would say to you, I would not be surprised if the Montreal select Michkov tonight. That's my only something could happen with the Montreal Canadiens. Anyhow, guys, before we start, we welcome everybody in the chat. We want to thank all the moderators to be with us tonight. Then secondly, we want to thank you to be with us tonight. Don't forget, guys, to click on the like if you don't mind. If you are not a subscriber, please, I would love you to subscribe. And then finally, be ready. I'll be here for until the last pick of the night, the pick number 32 by the Vegas Golden Knights. They make a trade today. They trade Riley Smith, the veteran Riley Smith with Vegas for the last 6 years. Was traded to the Pittsburgh Penguins. This is really the big first trade from the new GM, Carl Dubas. Do we call him a GM? Do we call him a president of hockey operation? What happened with Jason Spencer? Anyhow, and then the Vegas turned around. They got the 3rd round pick for the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they signed Barbashev a new contract. I believe it's 5 by 5. I believe it is. I could be wrong here. The last minute, a lot of things happening. So that's happening for the Vegas Golden Knights. They select a 32 overall pick, the last pick of the night. Tomorrow morning, we have another day number 2, the Nashville, guys. Round number 2 until round number 7 will be very quick. And then today's letter, we're going to do the UFA live at 12 o'clock Eastern Time. A lot of people there in the house, guys. First of all, we're going to take a time to welcome Israeli and the cavemen somewhere in Toronto. Wait for the opening of the NHL Draft 2023. This is a 61 draft straight for him to be a part of the NHL draft. He's never missed any of them. They did everything since 1963. He was already there, and that's the reason the Montreal select Michel Place. But before that, we want to welcome back. He's ready to rock and roll. Mr. Nhl Tap is in the house tonight.
Hello, Coach. Hello, Hockey Nation. Are we ready? Big night.
Excitement, Mr. Nhl Tap. I'm sure you are like everybody in the house. But first of all, Mr. Nhl Tap, someone just text me, said, can you ask Nhl Tap what you feel when the Montreal select in 1963 Michel Place? I said, well, I can ask him. I don't know what happening to him at that time. Can you remember when the Montreal select Michel Place?
I wasn't born.
Oh, you were not born?
No, not yet. No.
Okay, so that's open up now because some people thought you was already around the table at the Montreal Canadiens around Saint-Paulac. So that's going to happen about this. But we have a lot of people, Mr. Nhl Tap, in the chat. We welcome back Jarmo Virtanen, directly from Finland. Mr. Nhl Tap is in the house. The Captain D is in the house. Welcome back, Captain D. We have Mr. Nhl Tap, Steve G, Captain Kirk. We have the ABS is in the house. Welcome back, the ABS. Finally, you are back with us. Vinny 007 is in the house. Try to pick it up, guys. A couple of people pop up. Black Old Son is in the house. Nicholas is in the house. Welcome back. Kings is in the house. Like Jose is 11. I got some your subscriber watching. There you go. Thanks so much, Brashalat, Mr. King. And then we have Claude Richard is in the house. KLS is in the house. Try to pick up. Michael Devlano, guys, is straight on the floor at Nashville right now. He maybe get some ins over there. You have a couple of conversations. Carlo Barlow under radar. I agree with you about this. L. Ensign back in the house. L. Ensign, long time we don't see you, my friend. Glad to see you. What about our friend Larry Lavallee for the New York upstate New York? I'm sorry about that. The Triple W is in the house. Deuce, he is in the house. Cannot missing Deuce. He is the one bringing a lot of confidence about hockey and the Montreal Canadiens. Chicago Bear sit in the house, relaxing. So I'm going to sit at corner, but don't worry about that. It'll be fine. Nick is not nervous at all tonight. He feels great about that one over there. And the captain, Danny, is right now between the song and the computer in the garage, ready to rock and roll. The Trout back in the house. The Trout is back in the house. Maybe it's the time to fishing. Who knows? But welcome back, Mr. Trout. A lot of conversation. I follow this in like 4 o'clock a.m. Everything happened, Mr. Nhl Tap. A resume of the day, not too much for the fact Vegas and Pittsburgh are really the biggest trade of the day. Everybody's on the phone just waiting for the right call. We know the Nashville Predator tried to make a big splash like Montreal did. This is the home. This is the place. This is the first time Barry Trotz, and the conversation about him is the Nashville move up. They try hard with some of the Sharks. At some point, Askarov's name wasn't mentioned at some point. They had 2 picks for the Nashville Predator, but it's going to be really interesting what happening the next couple of minutes if some team are going to move up or move down. And this is the excitement, like you said earlier, Mr. Nhl Tap. It's time to give us what your expectation for this draft tonight in Nashville.
Well, Coach, as I predicted earlier, I think this is going to be one of the busiest drafts we have had in a number of years. And there's a number of indicators that are leaning in that direction. And it ranges from teams that have multiple picks in the first round, obviously teams that don't have any picks in the first round and want to get involved, teams that want to move up, teams that might be willing to move down, new GMs that have come into play and definitely want to sort of make a splash at the draft and as well at the free agency market in a couple of days down the road. But it's going to be exciting. I think that the first 7-8 picks will actually the first 3 or 4 picks will dictate what direction this draft will go. It'll all depend on, who gets selected. I still think that your idea is very plausible, that we could see Carlson drop a little bit. I could see Fantilli drop. It all depends. It all depends on the needs, and at some point we'll probably talk about the needs. But right now, the latest thing I'm hearing is that Nashville has pitched their 15th and 24th pick, as well as Askarov, for the number 5 pick, and that doesn't seem to be enough yet. So keep your ears tuned. We'll see what happens and what becomes of it.
You're absolutely about this. Before we talk a little bit more, we want to welcome a few people. The captain de assistant captain Luciano Graziano is in the house, followed by William and McLary. The Bush Bouchard is in the house, and of course, right now he finished to do all the donuts. So I'm talking about Dixon. He's in the house tonight. He finished to put his 440 inside of the house in the garage, ready to watching the Hockey Nation live show, Mr. Tap. Yes, a lot of rumor, a lot of conversation. I don't know. He looked like Martin Brodeur, Mr. Tap, love more and more the tacos in New Jersey because I don't know. He looked like Mr. Michelin right now, but we're on a subject for the time, Mr. Tap. About that one, that's like a long time. Just Martin Brodeur. Whoa, Martin, take it easy with the tacos in the corner. I don't know what's going on, Mr. Tap, with Martin Brodeur, but not sure he can stop puck anymore. Anyhow, Mr. Tap, this is the time, honestly, for the Montreal Canadiens. So let's see, after what we are about 20 minutes before, 22 minutes and 56 seconds, and tell us a bit more what you expect for the Montreal Canadiens, what kind of scenario you can see. And finally, we would like to know, what is the name of the 5th overall pick if Montreal select at that pick? Of course, if they make a trade, we're going to change our selection. But I would like to hear from you guys. From you, what do you think about the Montreal Canadiens?
As I said, Coach, it's really going to depend on those picks number 2 to 4. If you're asking me who would I pick if he's available, I would go with Michkov. And I think you just can't pass up on something like that. But having said that, they might opt for a safe pick here rather than trying to go for the home run. And that's where you might see if somebody drops down a place or two, or maybe Leonard's available at that point, which I think he should be at number 5. They might go that direction. There's been some talk that they might even look towards defenseman and Reinbacher. I don't think that that's the direction they should go that early, but it wouldn't surprise me. But if you look at their current situation, Coach, having picked up Newhook yesterday, there seems to be a little bit of an excess at centerman now with Montreal. So is Dvorak now in play in terms of possible trade? In terms of defensemen, is Harris part of a trade possibly? I mean, these are all unanswered questions right now.
Super chat.
Finish your point of view up. After that, we'll go there.
Yeah, and I'm just saying this is exciting. I came with my popcorn prepared.
Here we go. You ready? Be careful.
I'm ready to go.
Martin Brodeur make you the calls. You don't know what the popcorn can do to you, Mr. Nartap. But be careful with too many popcorn tonight. But super chat, Michael Devillano. Michael Devillano directly from Nashville on the floor at the NHL Draft is with us for the great super chat. Thanks so much, Mr. Michael Devillano, for a hype on that one over there. We appreciate a lot. Everybody support the channel. And Michael is right there on the floor, the first level. I'm sure he is with the Everett Silver Tip. Are looking maybe to have a couple of players to be drafted. Michael's been there for many years as the director scout of the team in the WHL. At the same time, Mr. Nartap, we have a few people asking those questions. What do you think about the trade for the Montreal Canadiens? Yesterday, make a trade with the Colorado Avalanche. Alex Newhook, 16 overall pick in 2019, part of Colorado Avalanche. One spot after Cole Caulfield, Montreal select at 15. And return, Montreal gave Gianni Fairbrother and the 31st and the 37th overall pick. That maybe kill our draft tonight, Mr. Tap. We're not too much excited after that. But what do you believe? What do you think about that trade for the Montreal from the GM can use?
Well, initially, when I first heard it, I was a bit shocked. I really thought that one of the 2 picks that we gave up to Colorado was going to be used to go after Robel, the goalie there. Obviously that's not going to materialize at that stage. You know what? After I calmed down a little bit and looked into the situation, I mean, you got to realize that Hughes knows what he's doing. He's a very intelligent individual. He's been around these players for a number of years himself, both as a coach, as a father, as an agent himself. So he knows what he's getting in these players. Is he using them as a Doc 2.0? Possibly. But what you're acquiring here is an individual that has that potential in Newhook. He does possess great speed. He's got a quick shot. If you use him on your third line right now until we see some further improvement and development in him, I mean, he's still very young. So there's the opportunity that under St. Louis, he's going to flourish and service us in the same fashion that Doc so far has, right? So I don't think overall it was a bad move. Maybe I thought it was a bit of an overpayment, but we saw what happened today, right? I think Colorado turns around and again. So I thought Colorado really solidified themselves, not only up the middle, but just in general. I think that they look very good with that 3-way trade that they made with Tampa Bay and Colton this afternoon. So, and they didn't. And if you think about it, they used the 37th pick to do that, which was Montreal's pick. So it's an interesting scenario.
Yeah, absolutely about that. Another thing they did, the Colorado one, they got Ross Colton after they tried at New Hook. And they know already GD Comfort is testing the UFA, so they open another spot with us. So they have to fill up a couple of spots. And they are not done yet. That's the reason they got 2 other picks from Montreal. I think they have the pick number 28, if I can recall it. So they have a 28 and 37. They would maybe try to move down a little bit or move up with the 2 picks. And they are going to be active on the UFA as whatever. They have a couple of, a couple of money on the salary cap for sure. We want to welcome back a lot of people here. And Rabinoff knocked the door. Welcome back, Mr. N. Rabinoff. A couple of questions about this. What do you think about Montreal move up? What's the percentage of the end of the Montreal move up? At the same time, if they move up, they are targeting one specific player or not?
If they're moving up, I think they are targeting a centerman, obviously, right? Whoever is available at that point. It could be Carlson, it could be Fantilli, it could be Smith, which I think is probably the most probable. But I'm not sure we're gonna see them moving up, Coach. To be totally honest, I think they either remain at 5, or if they get a real enticing offer by a team like Nashville or Philadelphia or possibly even Arizona, they're in the mix as well with multiple picks. This could turn into something very interesting. And if that's the case, and you know that your top elite players are gone by the 4th pick, it might be something to consider. You're going to get 2 excellent players at that stage because it is a much deeper draft than previous years.
Yeah, you're absolutely about that. Montreal have only 2 pick on the top 100 pick this year in NHL 2023. People like, I'll give you another example also, Montreal trade picks. It's because at some point they cannot sign everybody. And after 5 years where they accumulate a lot of pick, I think the last year was 48 pick, and the last 4 years is some similar number, or maybe 52. And now they add 11 before they traded 2 yesterday. So I give a lot of players to sign, and at some point they cannot sign everyone. So there's another option now. Montreal cannot only accumulate pick anymore, but they have to make maybe more trade to get players from other franchises and NHL. But before we start, guys, we want to invite you. Don't forget, guys, that every day we do something specific about the Montreal Canadiens. Today, of course, the subject of the day, if I can get it, Mr. Top, that'd be great. Try to get there. Hopefully, I can get it now. And we have the NHL Draft 2023 live with all the 32 pick. We're going to be live tonight with all the comments from each one of you within our tab for sure. And then if you follow me for the first time, don't forget every day we deliver a video about the Montreal Canadiens called the App Daily News. And today is all about what's going on with both of them, with the Hugo, the duo of the Montreal Canadiens. Are they going to shock or not the Montreal Canadiens? That will be something interesting. And then we want to invite you guys, if you not do it yet, to go to the new, this is my other video I did yesterday, the app Get Alex Newhook. Huge trade between both of them. And then finally, we have a new web channel called the App Nation. It's not active as the video yet, but it's a channel we're going to create, and we're going to do more during the off season, during the season next year for the year number 4. So that's what we got to Mr. Nartap tonight. I'm sure you're excited like everybody in the chat. You have a lot of great conversation. And it's a time, Mr., for people in the chat to give us a bit more. Who do you think the Montreal Canadiens are going to select, or what do you think Montreal is going to move down or move up? If it's the case, tell us what it would be the team. And then if you want to give us the proposal of the trade, let us know. I'm going to put this straight live here, and I'm going to ask you now if you will make the trade or not. We still have about 13, 14 minutes to burn, and maybe more, because we already know Mr. Natap, Connor Bedard is going to be the first pick. And then we're going to go through all night, Mr. Natap, about the selection of each team, who they're going to select. And that will be interesting to do this if we have a surprise or something. Is always happening in Mr. Natab, by the way, an NHL draft. Send a follow, and I've been live many times. You have a team select someone and we don't expect, and you have a player we expect to be drafted at the top 5 or top 10, and wow, he's still there at the top 15 or the top 20. I remember Cole Caulfield that year when he gets 15, everybody thought he's going to be top 10. His size of 5'7", did not help for sure, and it can be the same situation with Benson. Kent Benson get out of the top 10, but for many months he was at the top 10. So a lot of things could happen, Mr. in our top for sure, and we'll see what's happening. And we have a few people knocked down, Mr. in our top. Rick Wood, we have Pierre Bertrand. Bertrand is in the house. Someone said, he said, OMG, the longest 5 minutes ever, for sure. Triple about that. A lot of people are excited. They just want to know what is the pick. And after that, Mr. Atta, I think I'm going to drop at the half of the chat after that. Everybody going to leave the building after the pick number 5, Mr. Atta, when the Montreal are going to get out. Yep, Nashville, a goalie agent just told me, rumor not untrue. About that, Marco Devino is right there. Do you think Chicago? By the way, Marco, Marco is close, and he has some kind of in for one of his friends, Vlad. Vlad work with the company, Gold Star Agent, and Gold Star Agent represent a lot of Russian players, Mr. Nata.
Okay.
So nobody talk about this, but Michkov changed the agent.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting. Now he has the same agent like Askarov. So I just want to mention this. I don't want to go deep about that, but I'll just give you an in about that one over there. So it'll be interesting about that. Do you think Chicago is going to get some phone call for other teams to get better? And we said, or they just going to ignore all the phone calls?
I think you always kick the tires, but I sincerely doubt that Chicago would let go of Bedard unless it's some kind of outrageous package that benefits Chicago, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, absolutely about that one. There, try to pick it up. If you have any questions, guys, you want to share it with us, let us know. We have a welcome back, Willie Snyder, back in the house directly from Denver. He's waiting for the pick of Colorado tonight for one pick only for them. Robert Benson out of the top 10. Barlow is in. William McClary. Shane Summon is in the house, Mr. Top. Welcome back, Shane Summon. Nice to be with us tonight. Gambling site now have Michkov at 2.50, Leonard at 3, Reinbacher to pick at the 5th. Will Smith is at 1.65 for Smith. Yes, the last couple of hours, I will say to you, Mr. Top, the last 24 hours, the Matvei Michkov increasing his value inside the gambling and inside its front team. Make again a second meeting with the Montreal Canadiens, and would be interesting what the Montreal going to do. But what do you feel about Michkov now? He's been the biggest conversation after Pierre-Luc Dubois. Finally, we don't have to talk about Pierre-Luc Dubois anymore. What do you feel about Michkov? Do you feel him to select at 5 or before 5? Do you pick which team you think you're going to select Michkov?
I don't know. This is such a hard read, Coach. There's a lot of posturing going on by the GMs. Obviously, I don't think anybody wants to tip their hand in terms of what direction they want to go. Or sometimes they put out a story that sort of leads everybody to believe they're headed in one direction. Like just right now, I read that Renaud Lavoie just said that the Habs aren't going to be trading their number 5 pick. So if that's the case, they definitely have their mind set up on something. In terms of Michkov, I have a sneaky suspicion he's going to go before number 5. I think if anything, San Jose is a strong possibility of where he might land, and an outside chance that it could also be Anaheim.
Yeah, possible too. It could be another option about that for that team. I did a video about Michael Rabal, everything that he's now Mr. Top Sunday NHL combined 6'7". Do you know that?
Yeah.
So big 6'7" for Rabal. My question to you: do you feel he's going to be drafted or not tonight at the first round, or he's going to be early in the second round tomorrow morning?
That's a good question. I think we're fairly deep this year, so it might be very early on in the second round, Coach. In my eyes, it could happen at the very end of the first round, but I see it more happening tomorrow, and that'll probably set a bit of a chain reaction with goalies. Anybody intending to try to get a goalie, because realistically, from what I can see, there's maybe 3-4 goalies that possibly will be a number 1A type of goalie in the league. The ones after that are either a 1B or a backup potential. And, I know it's hard to gauge goalies because they develop at a later stage. And also, sometimes they have great coaches as well. So they really sort of pick up as they mature a little bit. But in this case, I think possibly the beginning of the second round.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the feeling we got here. At least sometime could change on the board. You have someone play. I remember Mr. Natap. If you go there, guys, in the NHL draft, what happening? They put everyone together, the family and the prediction at the top first round players. Of course, yeah, maybe like I would say to you, maybe they would bring like 40 people, 40 family there, and they all sit together. And that's you're going to see when they select one player, you can see they hug each other, and then boom, boom, they go down, everything like that. But the funny thing is on the top, sometime at the end of the first round, someone always sit on the other side. You expect to be drafted tomorrow morning, and then a team NHL select that player what nobody expected, and then you have to go all around and then go about him about that. But it's happened sometime as you go to the NHL draft. If ever you live in the city and your team does an NHL draft, I suggest you as a hockey fan to go. It's fun. This is a place where everybody is there. The old players, the alumni players. We have new subscriber, Mr. Naptap. 2001
Welcome.
Is a new member, a new subscriber to our National Show. Thanks so much.
Coach, Kent Hughes was just interviewed by Elliot Friedman just a while ago, and he was asked a question about the 5th pick, and he said there's a greater than 50% chance that they're going to keep the number 5 pick. So to me, it really sounds like a toss-up, and it's based on who comes off the board in those first 4 picks.
Yep, so right. You know what I said yesterday, and I make it on my live show last night. I said, Barry Trotz said, the Montreal Canadiens have the key. I said, no. Who has the key is the San Jose Sharks. And the San Jose Sharks have the key for the Montreal Canadiens. And Montreal Canadiens have 3 doors. That's simple, Mr. Natap. they have 3 doors, and one of them it could be they go through the door for the fifth overall pick and they select that players. They have a door to move down to go with the Flyers. They have other door they can go with another move down and to get with the Detroit, the Washington Capitals. This is what my scenario has for the Montreal Canadiens, and we'll see what the Montreal are going to do. Whatsoever the Montreal Canadiens are going to do, and I think I have a couple of people in the chat who said we just trust Hugo, and I think this is the most great things about the Montreal Canadiens in the last 2 years, to have a kind of staff management where I really believe the fans are behind them, to support them. Whatever sometimes the decision is not what the expectation for the Montreal Canadiens, like Slafkovsky over Shane Wright, and the fact they got Kirby Doc at the beginning, they create some kind of turmoil around the team by the selection or by the way they go to one direction. At the end, they really feel good about Hugo. And yesterday they did another trade for the Newhook, and that's maybe the big chance for the Montreal Canadiens. The key for me is to be sure the Montreal Canadiens fans have to be patient and not to push the process. I heard yesterday, and I said on my video about Newhook at the end, where I said, yes, they're targeting to win at some point a Stanley Cup. Yes, they would love to go maybe faster if the opportunity is there, but it's not up and up. It's not happening a lot in the top, unfortunately, and they have to be patient as fans for the Montreal Canadiens and the staff organization. So, what is the feeling about Hugo, Mr. Natap?
Well, so far they've done a great job, I think, at least in my opinion, with what they've done with the team. Of course, they've been handcuffed with a few of the big salaries that we have right now on the team. The injuries became an issue as well. But overall, I think that last year they drafted very well. I liked what they did the first 3 rounds, especially. The prospects seem to be developing well. They invested a lot of money in increasing their scouting staff. They're very transparent about what's going on, not just with the public, but in terms of how they approach their decision making. And they sit down, although at the very end, obviously Hughes and Gordon make the final decision. They take everybody's opinion into consideration. They want to hear what they have to say, who they want to draft, reason why they want to draft, and I think that that's the direction to go. They brought in Martin St. Louis, they brought in Le Cavalier, they brought in great PR people as well. They just recently hired one of the best head of athletic trainers that incidentally came from New York as well. So there's the Gorton connection. So I think they're addressing the issues as they come up. We can't expect miracles all in 1 year or 2 years. It's going to take time, but they're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely about that. We have a few people knock the door. We welcome everybody. Don't forget, guys, to click on the likes. First of all, if you follow the NHL draft, if you're anxious about when it starts, we're about on the clock, about 2 minutes when they are back live on the TV or going to start the NHL draft live. The second thing I want to mention to you guys, because we are behind on the live streaming. So some of you are going to see the selection of the players before us. We are about 1 minute behind you, and obviously it is what it is when you do live streaming on the YouTube channel. Yeah, it's not because it is like this. So if you don't mind to waiting for the us to mention the name of the player, that'd be great. If you don't mind, we ask you if someone of you do this, don't worry about this. We understand. You are more anxious with us. For me, I don't want to start. I don't look at on the feed most of the time. I watch what's going on the TV. So, but if you are willing to helping us and not mention the name right away in the players, that'd be great at the moment they select, because we are behind the live stream. Secondly, every pick guy, we're going to give you some information about the players, and everything you see on the top of our head right now, this is all the players going to be selected tonight. So you're going to see who select the players. So if you pop up late or you come back later, you want to see what happened in Chicago and San Jose. During the time in the top talk, I'm going to pick up all the name and give you an update about the pick for each team. Many teams have fun picks, And Mr. Natap is right there with Gary Bettman is on the stage with one of the great GM in the last couple of years, Mr. Natap. David Boy is on the stage.
Boyle.
He's going to be retired. And I think this is great appreciation for what David Boyd bring on the NHL. When he was working many years with the Washington Capitals before he became the only GM until they announced Barry Trotz, the GM of the Nashville Predators. Talk about, of course, the consistency of this franchise. If you've never been to Tennessee, guys, Nashville is a small city, really controlling by the countries and country music. I have a bar everywhere. Vanderbilt is the biggest university there. If you've never been downtown in the Nashville during the summer, Mr. Natap, this is the great place to be. Bridgestone Arena is right there in the corner. And then you have the Country Museum on the other side of the corner. And I've been there many times in Nashville, so I always love to be at Nashville. So you have a draft for the second time, by the way. 2003 was 20 years ago, Mr. Natap. It was at Nashville, the draft of 2003. And it was one of the best drafts if you think about 2003, Mr. Natap. So anyhow, we get a lot of people in that chat. We just waiting went out to Gary said, let's start the show right there. Everybody wants to see what's going on. Right there, I'll give you another 30 seconds, Mr. Natap. Any shocking moment will happen at the top 5. Do you see, or by 90% people thought it's going to be better Fantilli, Smith. At some point it was Carlson, Smith, and then Montreal Michkov. Do you expect the same way, or do you see another way of your top 5 tonight?
I think that there could be some variation of those 5 or 6 players that we've talked about. I mean, if you look at just the last 3, 4, 5 years, Coach, nothing ever goes to script. And, partly that's because of what sometimes the players, yes, they always have to pick the best athlete that's there, the best player. But sometimes if they can make it sort of coincide with what their needs are as well, it might alter which direction they go. So I do anticipate that this won't go to script, and it'll be a little bit off in the first 4 or 5 picks.
You're absolutely about that one. There, you have to write, Mr. Groves, about the Vanderbilt location, about the great university, by the way. Larry, glad to hear that. This is really, you make my day today by the way he said that. He said, Mr. Natap, the channel make him to go back in the hockey. He loved the hockey again back in his life. And that's all about the, for me, this is all what the reason I make the channels to maybe give my passion I have about hockey and my love about the game. They give me my amazing, great live hockey. And if I have an opportunity to do this at the young level or at the older people, that's the only I'm looking for to make an impact for the people about to love the game. Piquet René, guy, is going to be me play music. I don't know.
It's been on there.
But anyhow, that's we want to thank Mr. Larry for the kind of words.
Quick message tweet out by Kevin Weeks saying that he's hearing that there's a chance that the Predators' top goalie prospect could be on the move via trade. And we know who that is, Askarov.
We don't know the team.
We don't know the team, that's right. But he could be on the move, so we'll see.
Okay, so the people in the chat, guys, do you trade and do you accept the deal for the Montreal Canadiens, pick number 15, pick number 24, and they get the goaltender Askarov, and they gave away the pick number 5? Mr. Natap, you're on the clock. Yes or no?
I want just a little bit more.
How am I not?
It's good. It's enticing. It's enticing.
Erica, she got a contract 3 years at the bar at the Nashville. She cannot go nowhere, Mr. Natap. You cannot get her. Does she stay in Nashville, Mr. Natap? No, she can get out of the city of Nashville, but I think you're demanding too much, but if it was, do you make the deal or not?
I like it. I think I would. If I was forced to make a decision, I think I would, because it would set you up goaltender-wise for the next decade plus, for sure. Plus, like I said before, it's a deep pool, or deep draft this year. So even though it's 15 and 24, you're still going to get 2 very decent players at that stage right there. They're not going to be elite, but I think there'll be, second, third line kind of players that will have a positive effect on the team.
Yeah, absolutely about that one over there. So, by the way, Danny put what's there, so that he's going to remove the comments if ever you put there, but he's not going to remove you at the chat. So we want just to we want to you understand
Just
everybody
your
on that
words.
one over there. So, wanted to be sure people understand that. Is it possible, Mr. Top? I could be wrong. Do you think now they turn the clock from to 5 minutes to 3 minutes now? The clock is only at 3 minutes at 3 minutes now. I thought it
I
was five
wasn't
minutes
aware of that.
before.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Yeah.
So it look like
Well,
is on the
they're on the clock right now. They're right now. Chicago's on the clock.
yeah. Do you know the clock time you have right now in front of you?
I have 2 minutes right now.
Okay,
Left.
so for me, guys, I'm at 2:24. Just give you an idea.
So
I'm
we're
behind you.
20 seconds or so apart. Okay.
Exactly. King accept 15 and 20 seconds with Askarov is use those to pick to move up to 9 overall. 9 overall is the Detroit Red Wings. That would give them 4. That would give them 3 pick. That would give them 15, 17, and 22nd. I don't think so. They're going to go that direction. We're not going to be any surprise, Mr. On top. Connor Bedard is a sweet blue. And we know they're going to select the Connor Bedard. What an amazing, great year he has with the Regional Pats. His name was been all over the map in the world hockey. For me, Mr. On top, what I really impressive for the last 3 weeks, he was a part of this fun thing. Events for the NHL, the Combine, the Stanley Cup Final. They invite those kids. He was interviewed many times around. And what do you feel about that? For me, it's about he's humble. He is really, really humble, in my opinion, for a young man at 18 years old. The way he talks, the way he's really generous of his time, first of all, and he's really well spoken when he talk about something, and he's really grateful about that opportunity he got right now, and he's only, of course, he's embrace the journey of what he does at that moment with everything around him. For me, this is really the quality of the player you're looking for if you are an organization like the Chicago Blackhawks. After obviously what happening with them, that will be a new Chicago Blackhawks reborn. But what do you think about Bedard, the human being?
Yeah, I think you nailed most of the points there, Coach. Let me put it one way and one way only. He's a franchise player. He's going to be a spokesman for the NHL for years to come. He's going to be very much in line with what Crosby and McDavid and Lemieux and all the people of that ilk are. So you can't say anything negative about this young man, and he just turned 18 in July. So he's got a long career ahead of him.
You're absolutely right about that one over there. Connor Bedard, I will put his name already up. I know it's going to be Chicago Blackhawks, Mr. On top, 5
It
pick,
is.
really early, number 1 in 19, a first overall pick. And the selection is done deal. Born in North Vancouver, Columbus, Columbia, Britannic, at the CB. Look, this is what everybody was expect. Connor Bedard go number 1, and that's happening about that one over there. And I think not only he got draft first, but I think his sister is going to be draft at some point tonight, Mr. Natap. For what I can see on the TV right now, look like some people are going to draft his sister, Mr. Natap. I just want to mention this. I don't say anything else. But with
Why not?
some highlights. We want to talk about this or headlines. We want to talk about this tomorrow. And yes, Connor Bedard is going to be on the direction of the podium to become the first overall pick, Mr. Enartap, the Chicago Blackhawks. He's going to be now on the clock. It's not stopped yet. It's going to be the Anaheim Ducks, Mr. Enartap.
The Anaheim Ducks, indeed. And this is going to be the interesting one, Coach. If you look at Anaheim right now, where would you say their biggest need is? I would say goaltending, although I don't see them going in that direction this early. But that's probably their biggest area of concern because we don't know what's going to happen with Gibson. And
The
he's
good thing
also
about the
getting on.
goalie, Mr. Natal, they had the young man over there, Dodol or Doz Carl, if I can recall it. I
Yeah,
pronounce his last
they
name. Is
they do
really one is
Lucas Dostal. Yeah, they
yeah.
do have Lucas Dostal, and he is a good prospect. But I mean, right now he's not a sure thing. He's had a decent year, but I think they're going to go centerman, and they're going to probably go with Fantilli, I think.
Yeah, the Fantilli was the name pick up there. We know it's going to be second year, I believe, of Pat Verbeek to select as an NHL draft. And we know draft Verbeek was under wings of with Steve Eiserman for many years. Is a guy is always been not afraid, and he has a young team. He just changed the coach, by the way, and they really believe it would take time over there. He requests a lot of patience over there. They have a lot of great core defensemen, Mr. Top. You love to go, Buffalo have Dallin and Power. Over there, you have a lot of great defensemen with Tristel a couple of years ago. Zellweger is another one. And then you have the Matt Chinook, another OHL product. By the way, Anaheim, Mr. Top, they was the best three defensemen in the CHL last year. They was
That's
all
right.
draft by the Anaheim Ducks. Just give you an idea, they are. And we don't talk yet about McDavid. We don't talk McTavish. We don't talk again about Zegras. And we know Troy Terry is another great player over there. So put this all together. This is the way where the Anaheim Ducks are going to be good in the future. I would say to you, I think Fantilli is really the piece of the puzzle for their huge giant.
Yeah.
The center compete a lot, and he's aggressive sometimes, and he was the MVP of the NCAA. I think that's what Anaheim Duck are looking for. I don't see anything else. In my opinion, will you feel something's fun?
No, I mean, many times they've discussed that what they want is a prototypical type of Getzlaff player, and as you said, Fantilli fits the bill. He's got size, he's got that ruggedness to him. Perhaps not as physical as Getzlaff was, but he's a leader. When the going gets tough, he puts the team on his shoulders. There's very little that you can say negative about Adam Fantilli, and it fits that mold. Now, the only thing I can see, if we go back to Michkov, is are they willing to wait 2 or 3 years when their prospects are a little bit more developed and they're doing very well right now? Imagine at that point what kind of team that they would have if Michkov fits in right away.
Yeah, absolutely about this. I put my clock on the center tab, so I wish I have the logo of the team, but at least you're going to see. So you're going to see exactly where I am when I'm doing and when I'm talking. So I'm on the clock when my TV turn around, my clock about that one there. Any comments you have in the chat, guys? If you have any comments, put this there. We try to feed us, feed everybody when we have a chance and opportunity to give you everything we know about what's going on. And now the clock is on the is already start, Mr. Top. I'm really behind. Imagine that one over there. I'm at 2:45 right now, but we'll see what happening. Come on, Otto Stenberg. Otto Stenberg was going to be between 20 to 25th, Mr. Carl. What I feel about that one over there. The Ducks are going to be on the clock. Will be interesting how they're going to with Fantilli or Michkov. Can we see a shocking moment there? If the team can make something special, for sure. About that, and that's what happening with the Anaheim Ducks. I see you understand. Don't forget, guys, click on the right side. Come on for Carlson, Alan. What I was said about Batman. If anything else, I will try to follow up everything on the chat. Welcome, Randy. Thanks so much, Randy, to be with the Hockey National Show. Randy, welcome back, Randy Walkman. There you go, Randy. Welcome back. I will just wait for Mr. Top. I have about 154 to wait if it's going to happening or not. And then we're going to give you other option about this. And I'm Ducks, like you said earlier, Mr. Top, is looking to take a time to build that team properly the right way. And that selection going to just make them the team better in the next 3 years with already what they have as a youth travel, like the young rookies they have already. New coach over there, Greg Connon, I believe his last name, came for the Colorado Eagles. Yeah. Been with the Colorado organization for many years. He was the head coach in the American Hockey League. 16 years old, first opportunity as a coach, well known as a really good coach to develop players. many players love to play for Greg Connon. I think this is a great addition after Dallas Egan was 3 years as a head coach with Anaheim Ducks. I think there's a time where Pat Verbeek need to get his own coach under his belt for the next couple of years. What do you think about the Greg Connon head coach for the Anaheim Ducks?
Definitely, like I said before, they're headed in the right direction. I really like what they've accumulated over the last couple of years. Um, this will only service them very well because they're going to get regardless of who they pick here, they're going to get an excellent elite player in my eyes, and they'll be a dangerous team down the road.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We want to welcome
Your pick is in.
Reinbacher is in the house. Thanks to be with the Hockey Nation Live Show. Appreciate a lot. Don't forget, guys, to click on the like if you don't mind. If you never do that yet, I will appreciate. We'll be live until the last name of the night. We're going to give you every one of them the pick of the first round, 2023. We're going to give you some comments. And I'm Doc on the clock right now. We know they have only the pick on the first to be 2010. Here we go. They have Zellweger, Mentigov, Nathan Gaucher, and then Tristan Luneau and Pastuvov is the other pick. So that's what they got on that one over there. We see now Pat Verbeek right there in front of the TV. And he's going to be make a choice to let me know what's going on.
Coach.
And we'll see
Coach.
what's going on.
Oh, Coach. There goes your dream.
Oh, Leo Carlson, the selection of the Anaheim Ducks. My prediction is over tonight. Just give you an idea what the Montreal will select Leo Carlson because what I believe is a big trait. Wow. Talk about unprecedented, talk about surprise. This is right now a shocking right there. Everybody was expect Adam Fantilli to select number 2, Mr. Nartap, and Leo Carlson. Honestly, pick up number 2. What do you think about that pick for the Anaheim Ducks?
A bit surprised, but not overly, because one thing that I had sort of been hearing was the stock of Fantilli dropping a little bit. And that's why last night when we had the show, I had predicted that if all things go well, you never know, Fantilli could drop to number 5. But I don't know if it actually will materialize. But I mean, how can you go wrong? Carlson's a 6'3", 200-pound. Now I'll say center / winger. I think he's a left winger, if I'm not mistaken. And his game is very complete. He's come a long way. He was very impressive at the juniors as well. He moves well with the puck. He's got a great hockey IQ. It's not a stretch that they went here. I know Fantilli fit the bill of Getzlav a little bit more, but Carlson has a lot of game in him, and this guy is also not afraid to get into the dirty areas.
You're absolutely about that one for Mr. Nartap, about Leo Carlson. Look, my prediction for him was maybe become a Matt Sundin in NHL. He have the size, he's shifty, great hands, and he can score, can play winger, he can play center. And look, we talked about Shane Wright last year, right? Shane Wright was supposed to be the number 1, drop number 2. Whoop, his name was not there. We go with Nemec, and then he go number 3. Whoop, we go with Logan Coley. Whoop, we go now with Shane Wright, number 4. Can Adam Fantilli, Mr. Natal, become that players? What's San Jose going to do? Michkov or Fantilli now or Will Smith? This is a great already. Pat Verbeek become the save as a man. Hide this pick for many months, and nobody knew about Carlson. Honestly, Mr. Natal, when you heard like Carlson's going to be number 2. Until like a couple of seconds ago.
Yeah, besides that, like there was definitely some speculation. I mean, I had heard Michkov, I had heard Carlson, I had heard Fantilli. Those were the 3 names that were circulating. Like I said, I'm not surprised. I agree with what you said earlier about where the roof is for somebody like Carlson, and Matt Sundin's a very good analogy to go with, a comparable in this case. So I think it's a great pick. It just makes things very interesting now what happens with Fantilli, because next on the clock, I believe we have Columbus. So
Columbus is on the clock right now, Mr. Tap. I'm behind at
yeah,
2:18, but you may be right now at 2 minutes, 1:59 at that moment over there.
yeah,
So
150. Yeah.
um, we'll be.
So this one's a tough one because
My
they're a
position,
little
Mr.
bit.
Tap, with the kid. What you think? I
Yeah.
think they go with Will Smith.
I agree. I think that they've been targeting him for a while. They've been sort of circulating around him and seeing.
Now, Mr.
Uh,
Tap, I will give you another scenario. They thought maybe Fantilli will be number 2, and they had to pick between Carlson and Smith, as the name Smith was there more often the last 24 hours. Now,
yeah.
Fantilli is in and Carlson is out. Now they maybe compare Fantilli and Smith, and maybe they already, I'm sure many teams all have some kind of option and scenario could happen. So do you think the fact Fantilli is open up now is a little bit more important for them compared to Smith, or they keep their pick of Will Smith?
Well, right now they say the pick is in, so obviously they have their mind set on somebody. I think they'll go Fantilli at this stage. I would agree with you if he had been selected. Maybe it would be more of a challenge. But I know they love Smith, right? It's just that Fantilli gives you that size. He gives you just a little bit of that extra intangible that I don't think Smith possesses, at least not yet. You obviously have to give him time to develop, but uh, either way, again, you're not going to make a mistake here as they're walking right now up to the podium to make their announcement. This should be interesting.
Would be what happened about this one over there. Yes, they're looking for the center, Yamo for sure. And he's walking slowly, properly. Of course, Kakelinen, GM for many years for the Columbus Blue Jacket. We know they're looking for the center. We know they make a big splash last year with Johnny Gaudreau, and now they are looking to get that one. We know they drafted Jiricek last year. Mr. Nata was the big name of the board for what they did. They have a really great core of the prospect. We talk about Sillinger, the Russian Chernerov over there, and would be Marcheko is another one. And they just make a big trade, and they're going to sign Mike Babcock as a head coach. Going to be announced at the July 1st, I believe it will be his name for that one over there. So we're interested in what they're going to get. They have Jason Dumas and Matichuk at Zozil and Malatesta. All the players they drafted the last couple of years. So they've been always a team recruit very well, Mr. Natap. What do you think about that?
Yeah, yeah, they have. It's I worry a little bit more about their development. I don't think that that's been properly handled over the last few years, but they're getting ready right now. Yarmo is about to make his announcement, so we'll keep it quiet until we know.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Mr. John Davidson. I call him the reborn in hockey. Mr. John Davidson, been president before with the Columbus Blackhawks before he went to the New York Rangers, returning with there. And the GM, Yamo Vartanen. Oh, no. It's Yamo
No.
Kekalinen, Mr. Nartap, are going to announce it in the draft. Here we go. Adam Fantilli, Mr. Nartap, is a selection of the Columbus Blue Jacket. Oh! Adam Fantilli, guys, it's maybe not the order we expect, but again, Fantilli become that player, Mr. Natap. They cannot go around. And what do you think about the selection of Adam Fantilli, Mr. Natap?
As I said, how can you question this? Like he's a quick player, very skilled. He's very relentless with the puck. Gets himself in the right position all the time. I think that he's a natural center in my eyes, and will be a definite elite player down the road.
Wow. Adam Fantilli from second to third is still happy. Still said, look, I'm going with Columbus Blue Jacket. I'm going to play with Johnny Gaudreau. So what do you think about that? Right?
No, Columbus.
Now, Mr. Natap, we can talk about the San Jose Sharks. They have the key. I'm telling you right now, for the last 24 hours, I thought Leo Carlson would be the players that they're going to pick up. But now it's going to be the San Jose Sharks are going to be Will Smith, Matvey Michkov, David Reinbacher was his name mentioned with the Columbus with the San Jose the last 24 hours. I will not I would be shocked if he get there. And then maybe a trade with the Nashville Predator or not. A lot of people, Mr. Natap, before the show start or the start of the NHL draft tonight, a lot of people was talking, a lot of teams going to move up or move down. We did not see any action after the first three pick tonight. Any action from the San Jose Sharks so far and the Montreal Canadiens. It will be really interesting what's happening about this. But as the fans of the Montreal Canadiens, they are right now, this is what they're looking for. Because this is the key of the door. Which door is going to open up, Mr. Natap? All right, I'll put you on the hot seat. You're going to be on the hot seat all night. So anyway, you have a lot of popcorn, so don't worry about that. What do you think, Mr. Natap, are going to happen with the San Jose Sharks, sir?
Well, Coach, I personally think that the strength of the Shark system is up front, and likely it'll be furthered by whoever they select right now at number 4. You know, it leaves, again, you come here, do you pick the best player? I think that's always the case, and that's why what I'm about to say I think will happen. But where are they going to be short? They're going to be short. They're trying to get rid of Carlson. And if they do that, guess what they're going to need desperately? A solid defenseman. So can Reinbacher end up in this position? That would be a shocking development in my eyes. But you never know, right? It depends what direction they want to go with this. Goaltending is another area that is that they need to address over the draft or even possibly through trade at some point. I think they'll take the safe bet and probably go with. I'm going to go with Michkov here.
Michkov, Mr. Natap, go Michkov. But Mr. Natap, don't put my heart already select over there. I don't start the clock right now. I'm too nervous to start the clock at 2:20 to go, guys, for the next pick for me and the TV. We know that the San Jose Sharks are really in bad situation. When I said bad, they are stuck with a salary cap problem with bad contract did by Doug Wilson. He was been a great hockey player. He did very good at the beginning as a GM, but he struggled the last 3 years. And he gave a lot of money to Carlson, make a bad trade at some point. The San Jose, after they have a really great run with the Marlowe, the Thornton over there, and they struggled for the last couple of years, and they are stuck with with the money. They have to trade Joe Pavelski. They gave a contract for Couture, Vlasic, a very big contract over there, and they are stuck. And this is the way I think they have to take a decision at some point. San Jose, it is a team that refused the rebuilding. They refuse to go down and they restart the machine. And then the owners believe on this new GM, the first black guy to become a man to become the GM in NHL. Can they make something specific? He's still on the table right now, in my opinion. I don't know if everybody step up. They look left and right. They look like they're looking for the jersey. I don't know what's going on. They are 1 minute to go, Mr. Tap. The conversation that I try to read the body language of the people at the table, it looked like strange, in my opinion. But again, would be interesting. Mr. Tap, you want to add something? I apologize.
No, I was just going to say the pick is in, so they've obviously have made up their mind and they're not going to trade route or anything like that. And like we said before, it's going to be, I think, between Smith or Michkov in this case. I'm going to stick to my guns here and say
the 5 last pick first round for Pisted, the great defense center. Eklam, and then Wasblatt, and Merkley, and Josh Norris. So you can see the selection of the first round pick the last 5 years. They've never been great. If you think about that, from 17, 18, and 2020, OZ never played yet, and the NHL still early for him, by the way. But William Eklam still struggling to pick up what to become that kind of players. But we'll see with a new player for last year. But that's what we got right now, guys. Will be the pick is in, like he was said, Mr. Nartap. The clock is done, and we'll be interested what they're going to get. The best prospect for the San Jose Sharks, guys, as we know, they trade this year Timo Meier to get Muhammad Dulin. for sure. And they have Evelyn and Lon are the best prospect. The San Jose Sharks are going to announce the new player, the pick number 4, Mr. Nartap. We'll see what they're going to select. I'm still don't look at you. I don't look at the feed. I just looking on the TV right now because that would be scaring me right now. What they're going to select. Mike, please tell me the selection of your pick of the San Jose Sharks. I can't wait, Mr. Nartap. I'm getting nervous right now. 78 days later. I'm looking for what they have the key, Mr. Nathan. They have the key. They have the key to open the door for the Montreal Canadiens. He's still talking, Mr. Nathan. What's going on, Mike? Please, I cannot wait more longer, Mike. Please give me the name of the player. Now they've picked another guy to go to the mic. What's going on with San Jose? Patrick Marleau, now the new director of development, the scout development for the San Jose Sharks. Announced, proud to announce. Yes, they select Will Smith, Mr. Nartap. Nothing changed. The top 4, Mr. Nartap. Will Smith, Ken Hughes, shocking right now. And now they opened the door as I was not expected. No, now it's going to be between Michkov or they moved down, Mr. Nartap. What do you feel now for the Montreal Canadiens? Wow. Wow, Mr. Nartap. We did not strike allowed. We got strike out for the first 4 pick. No change on the board. Expectation is expected right now, Mr. Nartap.
You know what? It's interesting that they went this direction, but it's not surprising. I think they went with this, again, the sure bet. And I think that's the theme we're going to see here. When it comes to Michkov, we knew that he's the game breaker in all of this draft, right? Where does he go? How far down does he fall, if he falls at all? Well, now we know the answer to that. He's going to fall at least to 5. But with Will Smith, you have a safe bet here. Another 6-foot center, 180 pounds. I think scouts have had him on the radar for many years. His game has improved from year to year. He's a top end. His passing is top notch in the league. His shooting skills are impeccable. He's got great hockey sense, and he makes players around him that much better. So I think that was a safe bet to go with. I had a feeling that maybe Hughes would go this direction with him, but that decision's now been taken out of his hands.
This is all about Martin Saint-Louis problem. He created that problem, Martin Saint-Louis, Mr. Nartap. He doesn't want to go down in the draft. That's the 6th kid.
That's right.
Just kidding about that one there. Look, Montreal faced a big decision. This is a decision, guy, could impact the Montreal Canadiens franchise in the next 5 years. Come on, coach. But yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's every draft could make an impact of your organization, great or bad. And this is where right now Martin Lapointe, quiet, Ken Hughes looking left and right. Concerning if you look at the face of Ken Hughes, and then the Jeff Gordon.
Carey Price is in conversation with Kent Hughes right now, so it's going to be interesting. I wonder what they could be discussing.
The last couple, the Montreal is on the clock, by the way, is right now at 2:50, so the clock is up for the Montreal Canadiens. Look, it is what it is. If they want a super elite players, maybe you get the second best player in the draft, Mr. Nartap, is Michkov.
Yeah, again, I mean, this could be the home run hit if everything develops the way it should with Michkov, and there's no reason why it shouldn't. Does he have a bit of a deficiency in his defensive game? Yes, he does. But it's not an alarming deficiency because it's something that is very easily correctable. But having said that, we've discussed many times, you're not going to have him for 2 or 3 years. And in that time, you don't have guidance in terms of how you're going to develop this player. So it might be a little bit longer project if they go with Michkov than we believe. But man, what a talent! This guy is almost at the Bedard level.
The under the door, you didn't see the door on your right side, because now, what about Leonard? Can they select Leonard over Michkov?
Or will they go Reinbacher? Never know.
But they not miss an opportunity to move down if they don't do that with the Flyers. That
Exactly.
would be my biggest question. I would be disappointed if they pick Leonard if they don't make a trade for get something better or bigger with Michkov.
Well, it's not going to happen because the pick is in.
Oh
So
my God!
there's a
Oh
there's
my
no trade
God!
happening. The trade is not happening.
No trade. Are you kidding me? All right. Now I
Let's
have to
see.
go on my knees to begging to get Michkov. They have to get Michkov, Mr. Natap. They have. They
Uh-huh.
have to. They cannot. They cannot go with something else. It's Michkov. We talk about the
Well,
impact. Ken Hughes is too much
Leonard's not.
focusing right now, Mr. Natap. I'm nervous about Ken
Oh,
Hughes.
look who's walking up. Carey Price.
Carey Price is going to announce, of course, his pick. We know Carey Price is never going to returning as a hockey player. So he lead by Chandal Maccabi and go straight. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Le Cavalier, Molson, the big guy out on the stadium represent the Montreal Canadiens. This is the only pick they have, Mr. Nartap, tonight. Obviously, after they trade the 31st yesterday for Alex Newhook. And the clock is over, Mr. Nartap. They barely walk. I know you're in front of me. I know the people on the chat right now. I don't look at you guys. I'm really focusing on that pick. The pick is in for the Montreal Canadiens. And the next 30 seconds, that's what we expect. We talk about this for the last 6 months for the Montreal Canadiens. Who is going to be the pick of 2025? Can use a little bit. I don't like the phrase of Ken Hughes, Mr. Nartap. I don't like it at all. I don't like where he's looking now. He's too much serious, in my opinion. He should smile
He's
a bit. I
going
don't know what's
Leonard. I
going
think
on.
he's going to go
He
Leonard.
walked a little bit too much with no confidence. I feel it. I don't have confidence anymore. He cannot do this. Oh, my God. He looked like not the Ken Hughes. He looked like nervous. I don't like that one, Mr. Nartap. Can you going to shock me with surrender or not? I don't want to see that. I want Michkov now. Oh my God, he's talked too much. Carey Price, kick him out of the mic. We'll see what the Montreal Canadiens select. Carey Price right now is walking in the right there. No cowboy. What's going on? No hat cowboy for Carey Price tonight. At the Nashville, he should show up with a cowboy hat, Mr. Nartap, Carey Price. And we're going to see the Montreal Canadiens select. Proud to select. What's going on? We have a standing ovation right now. My son is volume now. Price is nervous about this one there. Ken Hughes talk right now. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I know.
David Reinbacher.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Not surprised. I should say I'm very surprised. Not surprised. I thought Michkov was the way to go. Leonard would be a happy medium. I did not expect David Reinbacher at this stage.
Wow. They go with the security card, right? They go with no, he's going to be, like I mentioned to you this morning earlier, the Reinbacher is the card, right? Is the security card. He's going to give you a top 3 best defenseman for the Montreal Canadiens for the future. Wow. Shocking. Shocking. The draft next year will be very good on the defenseman. And they go with the security card. I don't know the fans. So I'm going to watch what's going on in the chat. What's going on about this one or there.
Oh, man.
A lot of comments right away there. I don't know. What do you think? What are you feeling about this, Mr. That me? I'm just shocked right now.
I really didn't think this was the direction to go. I'll be totally honest with you here. Nothing against Reinbacher. I think that he'll definitely be an excellent defenseman. I mean, he addresses a need, and that's my worry here, right? And the need was to have a right-handed defenseman on the team, since we're short on those. But that's an area that at least we were pretty much developed in already at defense. So I would have gone forward. I would have gone a worst case scenario with Leonard at this point, but it is what it is, and hopefully he's a young defenseman that will mature under the right guidance.
Ah, my God, you have a lot of people in the comments right now. Nicholas youth is not surviving long time now. About it, Jens Jenner, welcome in the house. Franco is in the house. And it was like, really, what's his name? What was the below? Steve Reinbacher is going to need some work. Steve G. Does the draft start at 8 o'clock, Sebastian? That MJ will blow it out. Nicholas, herbal choice. Add another year to the rebuild. Steven B. I'm happy with him, Frenchie. Listen, it's not like it's a bad pick, right? But
no,
I don't know. Real Leonard
it's
versus David Reinbacher, you get a fourth checker. But I don't know.
Exactly. That's my point. And I think that they were taken aback by the Smith pick. I really believe that they probably thought San Jose was going a different direction with probably Michkov, and that Smith was going to land in their lap. And this was plan B.
I believe they pick him just to trade him later. Shane Salmon. I don't see what that would be interesting for that one there. And it will be a package for a trade down to the road. I don't think so. Good pick for Tim for the HABS for Reinbacher. Again, the pick is not a bad pick. Like, it's just disappointed when you have Michkov, Leonard in front of them. Now he's on the TV. I can understand what you talk about this and use what he was thinking to make a trade down. But this happening right now, guys. I cannot ever laugh in that. I think Bergeron just left the HABS. Look like everyone. Thanks so much, Jose. Welcome back in the house. By the way, I think Bergeron just left the HABS table. William McClary.
Who did? Who left the
Bergeron.
table? Oh.
Kenneth, I'm disappointed. So too early. Who? Larry Lavallee, David Reinbacher. Price was bad. MTG, you just ran the app future. Probably could have Rabal and on your hook too. So our scout, Reinbacher is number 3 on the bets, number put, but he will be ready under 1 year. Randy said bad is making $10 million yet. Sorry, I don't feel bad for Carey. Benson and Leonard. Pass on and Benson. I don't know about that one over there. But Michkov is a gamble, I guess. Possible, not a bad deal. Could end up with Weber 2.0 and Nico Ivula. Look, you get a really good solid defenseman, but at the end of the day, the next 5-6 years, we're going to see if he's going to be a Michkov or Reinbacher, right? At the end. And they could. I don't understand why they don't want to move down. Look like the Flyers don't want to give the second pick in return.
I mean, all we have is speculation of some deals that were out there. At one point this afternoon, I had heard that Hughes had 5 different offers from different teams for that number 5 pick, but we don't know what's in these picks. We don't know, whether it's actually true or not. We're going on speculation here. I think it was a bit of a reach at number 5 to go with David Reinbacher. It's a year where the strength of this draft is at center and at forwards. So why not capitalize on that? And out of the best 7 or 8 centers that are there, make sure that you have one of them. But let's give him his due prop at least. I always hate putting players down because they've worked hard to get to this stage, and this is a time that should be recognized for them for what they've achieved. For Reinbacher, this is a dream come true. I think he's the highest selected Austrian-born defense or player ever.
Yeah, Uh, the only thing I remember right now, they did in French station. They said Reinbacher, the interview was bad. His body language at the interview he
Yeah,
does are bad, and now they pick Reinbacher. It's just like I'm shocked right now. I don't know what you're thinking. You think about that. Slavkovsky yet did not do very well, and now you get a Reinbacher. They could take Nemec or Jirecek last year, and they take and Michkov. Michkov and
that's right.
Nemec versus Slavkovsky and Reinbacher.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I totally agree. But I don't know. I
Mr.
don't know.
Attack,
It's
Simachev. Here we go. You talk about a surprise. Simachev, number 6, Mr.
number
Enartap.
6.
And this is the way I was expected by the Arizona Coyotes to pick a defenseman because because the name, it was Reinbacher. If Montreal
Yes,
don't get
yes,
Reinbacher, the Arizona get Reinbacher. And why they don't get a forward is because number 12, Mr. Attack, they're going to get a forward like Barlow possible. And I think that's the right move
right.
for the Arizona Coyotes. Again, Arizona can add more about that one over there. I don't know. I'm still shocked right now. I don't know thinking about that one over there now.
I
I'm very
know we
disappointed.
missed that one
My
completely.
point, Mr. Top, the word disappointed about that. It's just don't get it.
No, I don't either. And I think in this case here, I do believe this is exactly where I had Bacher slated was with Arizona. So this was Plan B, and they definitely had to go to defense route. With Simashev, they're getting a heck of a defenseman as well. So I don't think that they have to worry. They have enough picks, like you said, Coach, that they will address some of their forward position as those picks come up. I believe they have three picks in the first round, if I'm not mistaken. So they're in a good position. For me now, having gone the direction of Reinbacher and having made that trade for Newhook and given up your 31st and 37th pick makes it very, very critical because now it's a long wait unless they have something planned via some trade or something. But again, what are they going to deal?
And now the Weber 2.0 and the lower case, David Chirecek for Buck about this. Now, again, I'm not said is a bad move. What I said,
No, no,
I was expect Michkov or Leonard over Reinbacher. And I thought we can talk to you
exactly.
guys. He can tell you. I talked to him this morning. I think it was this morning or last night. I don't know anymore when I'm sleepy and the women's on the top. Um, I talked about if they get Reinbacher, what the impact. Now they have Reinbacher, Mayu, Barron, right there on the right defenseman, 6'2", 6'4", 6'3". That's a really
Yeah,
right defenseman. Then you have Jakai, Hudson, and Madison if you want to get there right away. And that would give them a really top six. I did not talk about Jordan Harris. I didn't talk about David Engstrom for the Sweden players right there. And although Jaden Strubble. They secure the top 6 defensemen for the future for sure with David Reinbacher. I understand that. I'm just concerned about why did not go with Rand Leonard or Michkov over Reinbacher. Um, I don't know. That opened that door maybe to possible to trade Logan Mailloux at some point to get something in return. I don't know. The future will tell us exactly. I just feel for that would be my pick number 3 on my top 2. Right? If I have a choice between Michkov and Leonard and Reinbacher, my pick will be Reinbacher, my last one, Mr. Top. That's the only thing I can tell
yeah,
you.
yeah. No, totally. I mean, it does solidify their defensive group, and they're all pretty much big defensemen. So at least I always like to look at the positives here, and at this stage, you can't do anything but try to be positive because this is the direction they've taken. They've got great defensemen coming up the tubes, and it. I again, I wish they had gone another way, but let's see. At least they've. It's pretty safe to say they solidified their defensive core for many years to come now.
Yeah, on the flip side, people ask a trade down. You're absolutely right. They could trade down, but they have to make a deal. I think the Flyers guy, they knew at some point they would play the game 50-50, Mr. Top, and say, you know what, we want Michkov. They knew that
Well,
Arizona
they're
didn't
going to
want to
win.
take Michkov. The only thing was the Montreal Canadiens. They maybe fill out something over there, and they refused to make any move for that. Daniel Brevi is first pick as the general manager of the new rebuilding team for the Flyers, and I believe they're going to get Michkov. Do you any expectation, or do you feel like Leonard feel very good, by the way, on his prototype of the team like the Flyers? But I think they go with Michkov. What do you expect for the Flyers?
I'd be shocked at this stage if they don't take Michkov. There's been so much conversation centered around him and trying to trade up to get him at an earlier stage. If they went a different route here, then that tells me that all the GMs have learned something new about Michkov, and they're hesitating until it becomes an absolute must take at some point. But I think Briere goes with Michkov here.
Yeah, I think it will be the way they are on the clock right now. The clock is over. They're walking slowly about that one there. A lot of comments. The most, I said to you, I'm going to make the poll tonight about what you think about the pick of Reinbacher. But I think we're going to see most. I will be not be surprised. I'm getting 70% people will be really disappointed. The pick is and no trade at the first 7 pick, Mr. Tap, about this OMG trouble. Let's go Flyers for Michkov, John Garage. Will be interesting about this. Keith Jones is going to take the mic. This is the first time for his new management over there, completely after they fire Sean, Cliff Fletcher last year. They pick up Keith Jones, the new president operation of the hockey, and then they got Daniel Briere as the GM. It will be interesting whether the Flyers going to go, but I think really believe they're going to go direction Michkov. William McClary, a great skater. Cedar is an instrument. Michkov fall to Washington. Planning. Screw it. Going to follow NHL market the front for now on Nicholas. Apparently, team out the ring of Michkov. Keres Kasper is a student. You're absolutely right, Keres. Marco Kasper, the first Russian. Simachel, absolutely right about this one over there. Is finally Mr. Minotap Michkov. Pick up number 7. The Washington Capitals, the dream is over. Mr. Natap, what do you think about that selection? Matvey Michkov with the Flyers and the next maybe 3 years?
Michkov, or as I like to call him, Vinny 007. If you look at their looks, they look very much alike. I think no surprise here for Philadelphia. We knew that they were going in this direction. They were trying to move up for it. And as you said, Coach, they gambled. They gambled 50-50 and they won. So,
yes, right.
I was just going to add, Philadelphia is in a rebuilding mode. So it works time-wise with them, with their plans. So expect more moves from Philadelphia down the road in terms of some of the contracts that they're trying to get rid of, and we're going to see a whole new team.
Yeah, absolutely about that one over there. Now Washington is on the clock, Mr. Tap. After Michkov, we're going to see if he's going to get Washington with Dvorsky or Ren Leonard is still on the board, Mr. Tap. What his name was mentioned at top 5 at some point. Do you think Washington go with him, or they going to go with Dvorsky or any other players?
Oh my goodness. Dvorsky's enticing. I'll be honest with you. I think it fits Washington's needs. Right now, they're not very deep in terms of their system, but they do have some high picks as we're seeing. They need a little bit of everything, so it wouldn't surprise me what direction they went with. But I think if anything, they're gonna look towards Dvorsky because he's got a lot of ceiling to his game. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm reading a couple of people pop up. We welcome Marco Larabi. Thanks to be with us. Cowboy Steak will come the punt. Daryl isn't out. Midget done. When on the flip side, we need big size, Mr. Top. The only thing I would say, we got a big size defenseman for sure. Another one, we know they need that. A new Arizona will take Reinbacher, so they're trading down with Philly will not work. There's a great point about this, Rudolph. But I think there was I feel like they would say, if not Reinbacher, we can go with Leonard. But Reinbacher become the selection of Montreal Canadiens. The feet, Monsieur on top, is on fire right now. I can say it's brutal. Cannot see how they could screw it more than that. They did not do brutal. I know the KHS session and the Russian, but why has Michkov dropped so much? This might be a question about that. So you can pick for the use. Saw some tape of Reinbacher today and is legit good, but it was not being. Listen, guys, what do you get there, Reinbacher? For me, and Mr. Natal can confirm. I said you get a different taste for the Colorado Avalanche. This is exactly who is David Reinbacher. Think about David Tays. That's what you get. A guy can score 5 to 10 goals per year. He can make about 40 points per year. He's going to satisfy your defensive as the defenseman number 3 or 2, depending how he's going to development. You don't get a first development. You don't go to get a top defenseman right now. I'll be shocked he become a number 1, but he get at least a number 2. Like I said, this is the security card of the Montreal Canadiens. Now, can he get bigger with Michkov or Leonard? I don't know. The time will tell us. It's just a little bit shocking. And Daniel Brière make a great move. I think the winner of this right now is Daniel Brière. They want Michkov, and they take a guess, and they don't want to make any trade, and they don't to pay the second round pick, the 22nd or 23rd, they have 22nd. And now they all feel comfortable. They got Michkov on top. What do you think?
I don't think he had to do much, Coach. Like I said, things developed as they did. I think that they only had 2 teams that possibly could have stolen Michkov, and that was San Jose or possibly Montreal. And they gambled and they won. Simple as that. And they didn't have to give up any assets in order to accomplish that. I think that's the key thing here, that they still have other draft picks now, unless they decide to do something with them. I'm seeing right now that Washington's pick is in, so again, expect no trades here. How can you go wrong? I especially at the number 7 spot to have Michkov I think it's a steal.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. King, the reason they not trade down, you have to match up with the team, and maybe no team want to move up at the end of the day. That's the reason behind that. King, they don't get it. We welcome everybody. If you are back new here or you just pop up, we welcome. I know TH just pop up. Then Asham, he's in the house. They select David Reinbacher. That's the reason about this one of them. I try to pick it up everything, what's going on around the chat, Mr. on the top, during the time, slowly. The Washington Capitals walking through the table to the podium. One, the pick is in, no trade for the Washington Capitals. And we expect they can go with the Dvorsky. Darren Russia is a warfather, and Michkov is a wet dream for food. Far use again. I don't think so much. Again, this is a great pick. This is a great pick. It's not like a bad pick at all. It's just like we expect maybe as a fan to select Leonard or Michkov. But at the end of the day, I think overall this is a great pick for the Montreal Canadiens to get David Reinbacher. Like I said, you get a David Tays. You need specific split your role inside your team. So, and again, the reason you don't get Michkov, I will say to you guys, the size of the player does not fit about this. We have a super chat tonight. Again, the number 2 on the left, Michael Devilano, Mr. Claude Richard. He did it. Super chat number 2. Here we go. Randy Leonard, Mr. Natap is a selection of the Washington Capitals, and hype for Mr. Claude Richard. Thanks so much for that. Randy Leonard, Mr. Natap is a selection. What do you think about the Washington Capitals? Go straight what you are thinking about that.
Again, 6-footer, 190 pounds, coach. This guy, he's got a big heart. He's got a great pass as well. He's a threat off the rush, a very good playmaker, and he's got a very good shot as well. He's elusive, and he's got a very good hockey IQ. He's the kind of guy that, could put in, I'd say, about 30 to 35 goals for you in the regular season. But where his benefits come in is I think it'll be in the playoffs, because he's the kind of guy that when the games become more important, he tends to elevate to those games. So to that challenge.
Yeah, absolutely about this. Leonard is committed to the Boston College next season. And the flip side, William, I would say to you, Michkov, the agent with a gold star, can he break a contract? They could, but it never happened a lot. In the situation right now, William does not go that way. I don't see that happening about that. And again, if one team is on the top 10 can wait about Michkov, it's honestly the Flyers. If the Montreal Canadiens are this year rebuilding completely from zero, they could get Michkov. And I would say to you, and I think Pierre Bertrand said exactly what I said 3 weeks ago. The reason I would not take Michkov, it was because the size of him, undersized with 2-player forward, top 6. This is my theory about that one over there. And that's the reason why I always believe Michkov was not to get there for the Montreal Canadiens. We're going to hear more about them in the next couple of hours from what the organization think about this. Reinbacher back on the table. Can use a smiley with Martin Lapointe. Welcome, David Reinbacher. And you can see, it's not a small guy, by the way. But we'll see what's happening. I just pick up people in the chat. And now we have a TV commercial, Mr. Tap. Now the Detroit Red Wings with Steve Eiserman. What are you thinking
That's an
now?
interesting one.
Right there, what do you feel now? Dvorsky is still there. Benson is still there. Perrault is still there. Can they get with a defenseman over there? Now, the key at some point was Simashev go with them. We know Steve Eiserman likes Sweden. Can he go with Sandin Pelika? I don't know. They can surprise with Tom Willander. Can he go with Otto Stamber? I think he's a bit too early. But yeah, Nate Danielson still over there. Can Benson finally become the top 10, stay in the top 10 or not? Benson, how you feel about Steve Eiserman?
Well, Detroit has good young forwards and defensemen in their system, but I think that there's a pressing need for players who can create offense for them and put the puck in the net. And having said that, I think the ideal pick for them right now would probably be Zach Benson, because he seems to fit that bill. He's a bit on the smaller side, but hey, it's a game of inches. It's not something that they'll suffer with down the road. But this guy is impressive. Great skater, puck handler. Can put the puck in the net.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that one. I'm reading a couple of things about this. Totoro is coaching this guy. That would be well. Maybe Totoro is not going to be there. Captain Kirk, one is going to be back with them. Mr. KLS, Mr. Natap freeze right now. Maybe come back a little bit later for that one over there. We're going to get up. Mr. Natap, you're back. Welcome back. Probably get the Leonard if that's the case. About the coach, honestly, I don't care. They have for the Flyers about this. And we'll be back. See, I resent one defenseman. Are you Larry? Did not do the research on other team. Daryl. But yeah, we'll destroy the Flyers. Mark my words. And we'll go back. And when Mr. Natap should be there. Here we go. Welcome back, Mr. Natap. Is Benson a top 2 defenseman? He's not a defenseman. He's a forward. King.
Yeah.
Reinbacher is getting amazing. What a big size players. I saw him on Finland World Championship. Yeah. Again, guys, disappointed, but not discouraged about that pick for sure. I'm going to be fine. Check my video, Mr. Natap. I will be like, yes, he's going to be a great hockey player for the Montreal Canadiens. I'm going to be fine. It's just I was I don't know. I was expect something shocking today. Maybe that's the reason I'm this way, Mr. Natap. This is your Cherokee card, right?
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that there hasn't been a trade of some sort. Yeah,
it's like really you get married, now you get divorced, and your ex-wife is still there, and you live. And if you need something, she will be there for you. So that's the kind of stuff with Reinbacher, Mr. Natap.
So you eat the same cheese all the time.
It's the same cheese. You don't change the cheese. You can go get some cheese, that we're testing, but you go back to the same cheese at the end. The place at trade with Washington for Leonard. There is the general manager of the Philadelphia. Sebastian, Reinbacher is not number 1 or 2. It not look like I'll pick up my car and pack. No, not that kind of defenseman he is for that one over there. I can pick it up here. Michkov is Reinbacher is going to be an excellent defenseman. Relax, everyone. Don Burt, yes, he's going to be, of course, he's going to be a good. Michkov quit soon. Respond to the question about initial arrival. Yes, possible. Nobody want to trade up with them. You're absolutely Nicholas about that. And they select Mr. Naftap. What I expect, Nate Danielson. Again, this is a really one is you talk about a style of Steve Eisenman players. It is when you're talking about smart play the 3-zone. If you want to compare him, it's not I know it's a long shot. I'm going to say that, but he's an Owen Beck last year for the Montreal Canadiens, but better and stronger and bigger. This is what Nhl Danielson he does to you. Play offensive, can play defensive. I got it, Mr. Natap. Ren O'Reilly. Here we go. This is Nate Danielson, Ren O'Reilly. What do you think about that pick for the Detroit Red Wings?
A bit of a stretch, I would say, with O'Reilly, but you never know if developmental how it goes. But I mean, he is a big boy, 6'1", at 185 pounds. He's been consistent. That's the one thing that I've noticed in the rankings. He's never really dropped much, and he hasn't gone above where he's at now. So. I think again, this was a safe pick for Detroit. With him, they get up a good setup person. His skating is very good as well. Defensively, he's very responsible. So overall, it's a very safe pick, and I think it fits the needs for Detroit.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. To give an answer to William, I would say to you, Arizona was supposed to select David Reinbacher. So just give you an idea, guys. That's it will be number 6, William, and then number 7 in Detroit with the Flyers could be Leonard. But at the end, we don't know. It would never happen. Where is David going to play next year? He's going to returning over there for one more year. I would be shocking. He's still with the Montreal Canadiens for sure. I think Finis will have taken Reinbacher. You're absolutely about this MDG. It was the name about this. It would have been was Arizona. We will take the best player available. Make sure the generation player also use. Montreal is proud to select Zan Benson. We have a feeling Arizona will take him at 6. They got 12 to not worry for them. About this, the true Sebastian, I guess I could take a few pick today. I don't think Reinbacher will have falling far like 8 to 10. The remark was number 6 for the Arizona Coyotes. Reinbacher is safe pick, but why they are older T and the Canadian system, they are good, better and ready. The reason why blocked because they are not on the right defenseman. By the way, I forgot Cooley earlier, by the way, when I mentioned all the left defensemen. So you think about this, Mr. Nathan. Cooley, Reinbacher, Mayu, Hudson. And then you have Barron at the end with Jacky or Harris. That's pretty solid right there.
It is. It is. Like I said, you've solidified your defensive core for years to come. The only thing that is in question is not whether this was a good pick or not. Is for me it was was he picked a little bit too high in the ranks here? I think it is. I would have preferred to see a centerman or at least a big winger come into play here, because you need also size up front. And given that we just made a trade to get rid of 2 picks to get Newhook, who I believe is only 5'9" or 5'10" at the most, I would have thought they'd go size, right? And they did with Reinbacher, but I'm talking about forward, and they haven't really quite addressed that yet. So who knows? Who knows? I'm not 100% pleased, but I'm not 100% displeased either, because it's not like we're picking up an average player here. He is a very good defenseman. Worst case scenario, and this doesn't go the way it should, I still think he's a solid second pairing defenseman, but I think he has the possibility of being a 1B.
Yeah, this is the best ceiling you can get for him. Once you get third pairing, Andre K. Miller is another example defenseman you can get. Look, When they go like this, they pick up when they pick Reinbacher. One thing I would say to you, the Montreal Canadiens did their homework. They not just go there to pick someone. You talk about someone could become the top 10, top 8 the best players in that organization. For the Montreal Canadiens, for them to select Reinbacher, they have a reason behind that. They feel that's what they do need at some point. It's not like they just get Reinbacher. And they knew with Michkov, the reason, I think for me, is because it's undersized, like I mentioned many times. And they feel better with Reinbacher for the process to become a better team at long term. So it's not against them. Fans was maybe expect the excited players, but they go with the building, the foundation. This is a huge, big brick in the wall to build that team. This is great about that. It's not like it's a bad. Some fans would like to get maybe a Michkov because he's an excited players, but right now I've said this for 1 month. I got bad comments and reverse about said that no team win the Stanley Cup, no team make the final conference, guys, with 2 forward under 5'10". It's not happened. Top 6 never happened. So Montreal go with under direction. They really believe they need to build their team. And Minnesota tap for the next 10, 15 years. We have MEILLEUR, Barron, Reinbacher. And then you have Hughes, Cooley. Then you have Jekai and Jordan Harris.
Harris.
So that would give you 7 defensemen, guys. If you think about that, that gives you a great foundation right there. This is a great foundation. You build from the back to go forward. And I think they know what they are doing, and I understand. Like I said, disappointed because I thought it's going to be an excited moment, but we don't get that one there. And the St. Blues missing on top on the pick, and they select Dalibor, Dvorsky, center, 6'1", 200 pounds. Dvorsky make it. And like I said earlier, before missing on top, yeah, I was one with Leo Carlson. It was more about a wild card pick. But I always predict Zach Benson will be out at the top 10, and that's happening tonight. Missing on top, he is not there. Exactly what happened with Matthew Savoie. Size talk in the NHL. Size talk. Yes. And you prove it right now on that NHL draft. Only Michkov is the smartest player right now on that draft so far. So St. Blues select Mr. Nozap, Dalibor, Dvorsky. What do you think about that selection?
Well, I mean, here's a guy that started very high in the rankings, and then at one point he dropped, and he's really picked up a lot of steam based on his play at the juniors. I think he's a promising forward for St. Louis. It's an area that they needed to address as well. And you know, if he's available here at the number 10 slot, you can't go wrong with him. I think he's just a fantastic acquisition.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this one over there. For answer a great question about this, Mr. Tap. Quickly, we don't how they're going to know. We cannot assume, or maybe about the top seeding. Who is going to be better, MEILLEUR or Reinbacher?
Oh, good question. I mean, I really like the physicality of MEILLEUR, and he's got that great shot. Reinbacher, I would have to see him a little bit more in game action, but right now I'd probably. Wow, that's a good question.
You can come back tomorrow morning, Mr. Tap, with your answer.
I'm right now. I'm leaning MEILLEUR, but
no. You're right. If you ask me this question, I would say MEILLEUR have a better ceiling. Not say it's going to be bigger, better. I think the potential is more with MEILLEUR, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah. But that would be the time. Roger Bouchard, I will correct you. He got hurt on the body check and the World Championship. He come back right away. So he did not miss time. He did not get any injuries, ECL or MLC, whatever you want to call it. But so when you said he got hurt in the past, no, it was just a contact. He got hit by the veteran defenseman in NHL. That's pretty much what happening to him. But he came back right away. So yeah, no problem, healthy for a knee problem with Reinbacher. Bring back on that one if you want to talk about this Bush. Like last year, Simon Nemec was hurt at the World Junior. I think it was Semek or Jirecek. I think it was Semek, right? And
Nemec, yeah.
He got hurt at the World Championship. He missed 6 months,
Yeah.
and he finished second overall pick by the way, by New Jersey Devils. So I will not be too much worried, Bush, about that one, about this one for sure. KLS what scandal? Coach and attack. Hello, Andre Robert. Welcome back in the house, Andre. Danielson, Detroit is a great pick for KLS. I would like to hear about that one there. What do you think about Danielson? Coach, I thought can use one to best player available. He got it. He got it. He fit very well at what they are looking for, and they do the research, and they believe he's going to be a great hockey player, and you top. That's what he got with Reinbacher. So I believe Leonard Mr. is going to be your top 6 forward, and I think Reinbacher will be your top 3 forward defenseman. So at the end of the day, it's a great pick for the Montreal Canadiens. Again, for me, I was more about excitement about to create a shocking moment at the end. I'm going to have a great video about David Reinbacher the next couple hours. I don't like the pick at 5, even if Reinbacher is solid. Don't see elite potential, more high floor and solid, maybe Adam Lawson type. I'll better Adam Lawson. He's product on that one with there. Nicholas with Adam Lawson. But I would predict more advantage, really the potential of what he can reach more, Nicholas. Defenseman number 1, I'm not sure about that yet, but he can honestly, Mr. Top is going to be a defenseman number 2, number 3. The Vancouver Canucks are right now in the clock, Mr. Top. What do you think they're going to select at the time I read?
Well, I would look for them. Their need is at defense. I think that's an area that they need to address. I know that they have Quinn, but they could really use a solid stay-at-home kind of defenseman that could also skate well and clear the net in front of them. I don't think they'll go this direction, however, because they'll probably go with the best player available. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Benson, or possibly even Barlow. We'll see.
Yep, so right. I just want to correct you again, Bush, about the size. The size of the Reinbacher is 6'2", guy, 194. That's pretty big, in my opinion, as a defenseman. Mr. Top, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the size is extremely important, Coach. I'm just looking to see they're about to make the selection here.
Detroit got 5 pick on the top 43. Yep, so right, they are. And then finally, Mr. Top, they select the Sweden defenseman Tom Willander for the Vancouver Canucks. A little bit surprised to see Willander, number 11. What do you think about that pick, Mr. Top? For me, it's a little bit earlier. Not earlier, but I'm shocked to see him earlier at number 11.
Yeah, I agree with that. But having finished just what I said, that's an area that they needed to address. They needed somebody that was big, that can clear the net in front of them. They needed that. I think they addressed the need for themselves here, and that was on defense. I thought maybe they would go with the best athlete at this point, the best player, but they didn't. They decided to go, and it's amazing how we keep hearing that all general managers should always go with the best player that's available at that point, and yet we're seeing over and over that they're really addressing their own needs sometimes. Whether that pans out, only time will tell with the draft. But I think Willander is a very good pickup here. Big boy, can get involved in all facets of the game. I don't think it's a mistake.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Is another. You talk about a great defenseman in NHL. Surprisingly, guy, we get already 3 defensemen at the top 15 and this draft where we said the defensemen are not. And that will prove one thing, guys. They maybe not select the best player, but they select the best player for what they're looking for to build that team at the end. That's exactly what happened with Reinbacher at the end of the day. Marco talk about Larson. Next year we are more. They have more defensemen. Why such? Because next year, be careful, guys. When you say you have better defensemen, you're absolutely right. Most 80% of the best defensemen are left defensemen, are not right defensemen. So you have to think about that way over there. They have a lot of great forward at that draft next year too. So that's the reason behind. In my opinion, we have size guys like Anderson.
I think what else we're seeing, coach, is it's a strong draft for forwards, and so there aren't that many. If you really look at it deeply, that there aren't a lot of the good, solid defensemen that are going to be available. And so sometimes when that happens, and I kind of predicted this for the goaltenders, but it seems to be happening right now with the defenders. As soon as one team takes a player off the board, a defender, a team that has that need at defense is probably thinking, well, I better go with what's available next, whether it's Simashev, Willander, etc. But I think that's part of the pattern that we're seeing here.
You're absolutely about that one with that. Great question, Mr. Natap. We have a lot of
What's the
great
question?
people in the chat, Mr. Natap. A lot of great questions. If you're Montreal Canadiens, do you trade Newhook for 31st, 37, or you trade Russ Colton for the 37? That's a great
If
one.
you're who? If you're who?
If you're Montreal Canadian, would you trade
Yeah.
your 37 for Russ Colton, or you trade Newhook for 31st and 37?
I think that's an easy one to answer. I think when you look at it at surface level, I would say Colton, but he doesn't fit Montreal's plans. He's a little bit older. I think he's around 27, if I'm not
He's
mistaken.
going to turn.
Um,
You nailed it, Mr. Tap. Colton is going to turn 27 in September 15,
yeah,
and you're exactly right. And Newhook is a 26,
Newhook
22
is
years old.
20.
They have 83 points for Colton and 66 for Newhook. I did this. It's funny, Mr. Tap. How you know that, Coach? Because I exactly look about this morning. Someone asked me this question earlier on my phone. My phone, Mr. Natal, everybody reach me anytime. So I want to be sure I was ready for that answer, Mr. Natal. But you nailed it
Yeah,
completely, Mr. Natal. You're absolutely right. Great point. Now, the Arizona are back again on the clock right away. But you're absolutely right. Well, good answer, Mr. Natal,
yeah.
about that one. You want to add something? I apologize if I go.
No, I was going to say if you flip the script a little bit and you put yourself not in Montreal's position, but Colorado's, then they made the right decision, right? Like they're still in winning mode. They've got a championship type of team that could go all the way. And by adding somebody like Colton, rather than waiting on the possibility that Newhook could rise to that level, doesn't make sense for them. So they did the right thing. For Montreal, I agree as well that Newhook's probably the better direction to go.
You're absolutely about this one over there. I will disagree with you and Nicholas about that. You don't know who's going to be. Look, you have six other teams. They not want to make Michkov. You have a reason behind that. And the reason behind that is because the patient of the team.
That's
And the
right.
only team can wait 5 years if a Michkov wants to stay 2 more years over there is the Flowers. And that's they fit very well for who they are. And I would say to you guys, at talent wise, like not much bigger, right? We don't have
Yeah.
Fantilli, Smith, Carlson, and Bedard anymore. So at that moment, when you almost square, you're looking about which position would be better for us. And I think at the end, that will be under the one. Reinbacher was really fit for what they're looking for that one over there. And the Arizona Coyotes select the
Yeah.
left winger, Daniel, but the third Russian player,
Yeah.
guys. Everybody said no players of the Russians going to be select. We talk about the 15, and now Benson is not picked at the top 12, and that again another 6'5". Remember, guys, the
Six
size
five.
talk,
Yeah.
and this is another a great example. Daniel, about 6'5", 2003 pounds. The Russian third of the top right there, Mr. Top. What do you think about this?
Yeah. Central Scouting had him as high as number 9, coach. But again, not surprising for Arizona because it gives them a huge player up front now at 6'5", 205 pounds. He's got a combination of not just size but skill as well. Like He's a player that he's probably a bit of more of a long term project, but Arizona has the time to properly develop him and have him successfully reach the level that I think that they project him to get at. But this guy, he's got great IQ. He'll go first in the corner for any 50-50 puck that's there. The scouts, I think, have all spoken very positively about him. He's got very good moves. He's got great hands, and he understands the game very well. So, again, good pick for Arizona.
You're absolutely right. Willie, I will go with Aidan Gauthier for your answer about that one over there. A lot of people compare like Mayu is not as good as Skinner as Reinbacher. Possible and enough. I'm talking about the overall and I'm talking about the ceiling. I believe Mayu have a better shot. He is a better scorer. He play physical. More at Reinbacher, whatever Reinbacher is a good is a good defensive zone control the cap very well. Reinbacher, he can hit when he have a chance to hit, but I think the potential is bigger with Mayu versus Reinbacher, in my opinion, at that moment. Uh, Again, the people thinking he's not a scorer like Bush said. Reinbacher is going to give you a goal for the Montreal Canadiens, but he's not a guy carrying the puck like Kel McCarr. Again, if you want to compare him, Simon admit not Simon, but the Zeder for the Detroit Red Wings guys, a big defenseman, is a guy. He's not always carrying the puck, but he's a guy can play very well on defensive zone. He's not afraid to hit everybody. Reinbacher can become that kind of defenseman in NHL. He's 6'2", he can become a 6'3". And again, this is a great selection for Montreal. Again, I'm defending Reinbacher because I think at the end is a great selection for the Montreal. They shaker a great position. 20, Mr. Natap, February 12, 2022, Montreal have no right defenseman. Only the fact they select Mayu before that. Now they
Right.
add Justin Barron and they add David Reinbacher. They now satisfied for the 10 years the defenseman. And you cannot select player guys only forward and NHL to score a goal only by the draft. Don't worry about the goal. It will come with Cole Caulfield. They will come with trade. They're going to add the right players, play the big role in NHL for the team. We still have one more year to wait. Again, one more year. We're going to develop players. We're going to wait 12 more months. And next year, we're going to select again at that, like tonight, 1 year ago, 1 year later, our forward at some point to add a Montreal Canadian. The rest is going to make it by trade at some point. I think that's a great selection at the end of the day. But I think the
Yeah,
fan was excited a little bit more the opposite to get Michkov. But again, you get Michkov, you have to trade Caulfield. You cannot play hockey with two players like Caulfield and Michkov in the same team. Yes, you can.
you can.
82 game, 82 game, and a great fun to watching the game. But if you want to your team win all the way to the end, it's rare you get a two forward under 5'10", and they make it. No, nobody did it.
Look, Coach. I think the thing here with Montreal's pick again, I'm not 100% pleased with it because of the position in the draft that it occurred. Right. I have nothing really negative to say about Reinbacher, but when you put him at the number 5 spot, all it does is it solidifies your back core of defensemen. I agree with that 100%. But I think the home run hit here would have been Michkov if they could have. Well, they would have got him if they selected him, obviously. Followed closely by Leonard. Then you've at least you've addressed with Leonard, anyways. You would have addressed some size up front as well. So I can understand the trepidation by some of the people in the chat. I don't. I respect their opinion as well about that. But you have to look at it from a different lens and just say we've now completed. There's many parts to make a complete team that is able to win, and not only in the regular season but in the playoffs. And I think Montreal has done a great job now of addressing 1/3 of that, right? The defensive core. I dare for anybody to suggest that 4 or 5 years down the road, at the longest, that there'll be a better defensive core out there than what Montreal will throw at you. I sincerely doubt that.
One great point for Rick Bengal. I pick up all the feet and the chat. He said really well. He said, I do think I do think that's team value now. See that team value defenseman. He absolutely right. I think that's a great point. They value the defenseman. And Zach Benson now is selected by the Buffalo Sabres. Mr. Tap, the 13th overall pick finally is out at 5'10", 170. Zach Benson, we know a lot of people put him in the top 10. It's not disappointed for him. I think he fit very well in the Buffalo organization. What do you think about this, Mr. Tap?
Excellent, especially at this position, Coach. I anticipated he'd be around maybe 7, 8, 9 in that range, but Buffalo gets him at number 11.
13.
Was it 11? 13, sorry. Even better. They already have some very good size on Buffalo's team, so to bring in a 5'9", 160-pound, a very skilled player. Probably one of the fastest players. It really, really fits with what Buffalo's trying to develop here. Like I said, he might not be the biggest player, but he plays with heart, and he's got so much skill. He can skate himself out of any corner, no problem. Has great vision. Many people have compared him sort of to having qualities of a Patrick Kane. I don't know if I see that, but that's what some of the scouts have commented on. I think that this guy, I think he had with Winnipeg this year, he had close to 100 points. So you can't complain with the offense that you're going to get with this guy.
You're absolutely right about this. Benson's going to add more power on what the Buffalo Sabres already have. So that's a great point about this. The effect possible, Mr. Tap, the Willander, Zimachev, Reinbacher out. That push the Buffalo to put a hole, maybe. I would be surprised they would select a defenseman like Zimachev if they have an opportunity, but they really go with another forward. That's great for them. Some P, I think Reinbacher could be with the Montreal Canadiens in 2 years. That would be my own opinion. I think he would play one more year, not following year, next year, and then he would be ready, possible, like a bit like MEILLEUR. On the flip side, Rick Benkel says something, Mr. Tap, very well. Offense win game, and defense win championship.
Absolutely. I always maintain that defense wins it in the end. Like some people think back to these, the early 70s and or mid 70s when, the Montreal and the Edmonton Oilers were pretty much all offense, but the game has changed so much. And the teams that make it the furthest are the ones that are solid defensively. And when you look at Vegas this year, I mean, their defense tells it all right there. Size, ability to score, carry the puck. They're physical. They clear the net, even to the point that, and it didn't apply here with Vegas, but even to the point that you could have just an above-average goaltender, and they make him look better than he actually is. So I agree with Rick on that one.
Yeah, absolutely about that one over there. Lucien, c'est Pellica better que Reinbacher. Reinbacher, Mr. Tap did it again.
Super chat.
Super chat number 3. Here we go, Mr. Tap. We got the pick number super chat on number 3 for Red Bengal. We appreciate a lot, Mr. Rick, to give us another super chat after Claude Richard did it earlier and Michael DeVillano. So thanks for all the support of this super chat tonight on the great night of the NHL Draft preview. Pittsburgh is on the clock about that one over there. Please stop making excuses for this bit. The ad made a colossal mistake, Laurent. Oh, we respect your opinion, Laurent, about that. The time will tell us in the next 3-4 years what's happening with that pick for sure. For me, is a great pick for the Montreal Canadiens. And for me, if you consider Sandin Pedika better at Simashev, Willander, and for me, Sandin Pedika is a great defenseman, but at 5'10" and 160 pounds, I believe. I don't think he'll be a top 6, a top 5 pick in NHL, in my opinion, for that one direction. But he would be a good, solid defenseman in NHL. Another maybe could become a coin use at some point. Carl Dubas represent now the Pittsburgh Penguins for the
Toronto
first
Maple
time.
Leafs. Oh, no, sorry.
I'm sorry again?
Toronto Maple Leafs. No, I'm sorry.
Ursa Major used lie. He said they went about pick a position, and they did exactly that. Reinbacher was not the best players available about that one over there. I think Ursa, he was the best defenseman in that draft by many experts. So they pick up the best available player for their own opinions. Now you can set for you, it was maybe other players for that. And they have a risk to take Michkov. At the end of the day, that's the reason why they don't go with Michkov. They have risk. First of all, they have to wait 3 to 5 years. Secondly, the time they cannot develop him, they cannot do anything about his development. When he will be back in NHL the next 3-4 years, he have no development by the Montreal Canadiens. During that time, whatever is Reinbacher or maybe is Leonard, what other players, they have access to helping this player to develop. That's what he did all year long with Lane Hudson this year. That's what he did all year long with Owen Beck. So every week, they will contact the players, show them the video, explain to them what they need to improve, and they'll open their team. They own the right. They keep the Montreal Canadiens to do this for them. So at the end, is a great Brendan Yager is a selection of Pittsburgh Penguins. Now, it's not a surprise, guys. This is a time a kid could be at the top 15. He did it, Mr. Top. What do you think about that?
Yeah, again, a bit on the small side, coach, but not overly. I think he's 5'11", if I'm not mistaken. He has to fill into his body a little bit more. I think he might hit 6 feet, and that's perfect. He's great defensively as well as offensively. I think he put up I want to say about 80 points this year for the Moose Jaw. He's the kind of guy that sometimes, even without the puck, he's doing the right things. He puts himself in the right positions all the time. He anticipates the play before it happens. One scout even said he's the kind of player. The bad news is about him is that he's very much a perimeter player, and then he turns around and says the good news is that he scored 80 points on the perimeter. So that tells you, just what his skill level is and where he can go from here.
You're absolutely about that one over there for sure, Mr. Tab. I consider a top 10 at some point last year before everybody increasing the stock market for sure. One thing I just get right now after 14 pick, Mr. Tab. First of all, 3 selection of the defensemen already is really impressive. The fact Sandin Pedika dropped 4 right now is really shocking to me. And then I will say to you, what I'm surprised is the 2 players play with Team USA, Gabe Perreault and Oliver Moore are still on the board. At that one over there, can the Nashville Predator hit Gabriel Perreault, or they go with a big splash? Will be interesting. And then followed by Calgary Flame and the Detroit Red Wings. The Detroit Red Wings could add Perreault or Oliver Moore if both of them are not out, Mr. KLS, to answer to your question. And then I will say to you, New York have more potential to become better at the time. Mr. King, you asked this question for that one over there. About this one, I try to pick it up where we at. I try to follow everyone here. To trade this one, 6-2 is not big. Oh, it's my shot to go back all the way down. I will go all the way back. Briat won this draft. Did not have to give up anything. He still got Michkov. You have sorry about this, A2. He picked up Michkov at the right spot. Again, truthfully, did well. Philadelphia is the big winner tonight. Block said Saber won the draft. The low-key winner is Philadelphia. Mac Babino. Mac, you are not wrong. Buffalo may be the low-key winner on this draft. With Zach Benson, I would take Timmins back at this point. Bobov is a joke. Gordon, Bick, and Yuck was trash too. Mac Pepino. I don't know what it would be your players. Many of you guys are complaining about this draft. I would be curious, guys, what it would be your player you select, and then tell me the reason why do you select that player over Reinbacher. So I was just curious about what because it's easy to say, okay, they are bad, bad, bad. But I would like to curious about, and then I'm going to challenge you. And I will ask a question about why do you say that player and the reason why over there. So it will be great conversation in that chat. And we'll see what that conversation go through for each one of you. And not only said Bobrov is bad and Gordon is bad, everything like that. I think if you look about the road of the draft pick by Gordon with the Boston Bruins, with what he did with the New York Rangers, yes, he did it not very good on the selection number 2 and the 7 with Anderson, but he get Felix Schedel, he get Andre K. Miller. They got Brennan Schneider at the pick number 25. A selection between 15 to 30 are very good. Obviously, Leal Anderson and Capo did not reach their full potential yet in NHL. Anderson played right now with the Los Angeles Kings. So I will see about this. CJ Russian development. Shut up. Pick up everything right there. No trade yet. Yep, right. Any pick of the left of the Montreal this draft will never make the NHL. We get more of the same horrible Golden Day this coming season. I think you're really completely negative, Roger, about that one there. I don't think so. You're this easy. BNB all about that. Go Abs, go Daniel. Moise is in the house. Thanks so much. Michkov ever over Reinbacher, best player in most Nate positioning for the Montreal Canadiens. So, again, how you going to develop Michkov MDG? And I will go all the way. How you can play? So, how we do? Are we trade Caulfield or we keep Michkov? That will be the first question to you. Do you keep both? Matthew Wood, Mr. Tap, is out of this for the Nashville Predator. 6'4", 197 pounds. They go with size again. Another player, they go with size. And welcome to the Smashville. Go to Smash from Carl, Mr. Tap. Matthew Wood, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of comparisons have been made with him and Tage Thompson in terms of not just size, but in terms of skill that's possible that he has. He's very much. He doesn't have great foot speed, but he's deceptive because he's able to get to spots anticipating what the play will be. He's very intelligent that way, and he had a. I think with Canada, he put up 13 points at the juniors this year in only 7 games. So that's not too bad for a player of his stature for sure. He plays a very physical game too. That's something that fits Nashville's style. I'm not surprised that they went that direction. And again, I say it looks like the pattern seems to be not so much pick the best player at that position, but pick the best to fill in your spots. I'm a bit surprised, but in this case, Matthew Wood is a very good selection.
Well, some people complaining about his skating, right? But he have the size. Yeah. He can he fit another team. He work with you look about what happening with Cunningham over there and Janot over there. They like a big size over there. It would be interesting. I think he could be a top 9 players for Nashville in the future. The kid have a really good year in NC last year, and 35 games at 34 points. And he'll go to returning again one more year for sure. I think it's a great selection to be for the Nashville Predator at the end, for sure.
So, coach, how do you see again, just to try to ease the chat a little bit and give a little bit of hope here, because I understand the frustration that's being vocalized there, but let's look at the defensive pairings, the possible defensive pairings for Montreal. I think you've got Reinbacher playing possibly with Hudson. Then you have MEILLEUR playing with Goulet. And then to finish it off, you got Jack-Eye with Barron. So when Harris becomes your number 7, I'm telling you, you have a solid brick wall back there. And they're big players. They're with the exception of Hudson, they're all very large, over 6 feet tall players. And you can't. Many teams, when it comes to trade deadline time, one of the biggest things that they're after is that big, solid defenseman that will clear the puck. Sometimes it's a puck carrying defenseman that they need, but more so than anything else in the playoffs, they need somebody or a group of people that will clear the net, will play a physical game, will block a lot of shots, and just get themselves in dirty areas. And I'm telling you, have some faith here. I know perhaps he was selected a little bit too high, but you got to look at the positives now and say we've really addressed something here, and now we can work towards fixing any other deficiencies that we should have probably gotten at that number 5 spot. And it can be done. It's easier to get yourself some wingers than it is defensemen when it comes to trade deadline time or UFA time, whatever the case might be.
I will add one more thing, Mr. Tap. How hard it is to get a right defenseman in NHL?
Yes.
So this is another reason why. Now, I'll give you another example. Why the first 6 team did not pick Michkov. They have a reason behind that, right? Why Reinbacher is going to be number 6 if the Montreal don't select him. You have a reason behind that. So Reinbacher was really high on the spot of the list of the every team in NHL. Again, I think for me it's a great fit with Montreal Canadiens. They secure a right defenseman for long term. And 2 years, 18 months ago, we don't have any right defenseman. Now we have 3 solid defensemen, and this is going to be great for the future. It's easier to find a scorer in NHL. It's better, easier to get compared to right defenseman.
I agree
about that one over there. Yeah, can I compare to Yager? No, Sebastian, not the same. Was I agree with you with that, sir? I will see if we cannot do that. Again, Sebastian, we broke this over there. Will Flame great about low about this one over there. It will be interesting to see that. KLS. Perrault could be a good pick for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they go that way. Calgary had the 16, 48, 80, 112, and 176 pick for the upcoming draft for the Calgary Flame. We know Craig Conroy is a new general manager for the Calgary Flame. They have a new coach, Ren Oscar, a new staff management after they fired Travelin and then fired Sutter. So this is the first time for Calgary Flame. They make a trade to fully out. They expect to see what happened with Annie Finn, many other backline, and Langholm is going to accept to stay with the Calgary Flame.
I think
all the stuff. Senator, what?
Yeah, if I'm Calgary, I go with defense right now. I think Palika is still available. That would be a nice fit.
You go with Santon Bellica?
I think so at this stage.
Too easy to get. In fact, too easy to get that. They pass on them.
No, they didn't.
What position is Perrault? Is a winger, KLS. And they select Mr. Samuel Onzek for the Vancouver Giants. Another what? 6'3", 195, Mr. Tap. The size is there, Mr. Tap. It's always been that way. And I'll prove it again. The Calgary go with that one there. So I'll give Mr. Tap at the Detroit with me, Mr. Tap. Great possibility to get Oliver Moore, Gabe Perrault, Santon Pellica. I think it will not go that direction for Detroit Red Wings. But what do you expect now? A great pick. Samuel Onzek had 56 points last year and 43 games, plus 17, 23 goals. Great hockey player, winger, in my opinion. Came from Slovakia, by the way. So that's a great pick for the Calgary Flame.
Yeah, and again, some had him going possibly even a little bit higher, but he's a big prototype up and down type of player, and down the wall mostly on the periphery. He's got very good skills. I wouldn't say he's an elite type of skilled winger, but he makes it up with his effort and the fact that he, like I said before, he gets into the corners easily and he wins those battles no problem. He's part of a bigger physical line that he played with this year. Um, I think it's a good pick at this stage.
You're absolutely right about this. I think it's a really good pick overall for the Calgary Flame. Now the Detroit Red Wings so that will be on the clock. What do you feel is going to happening to them, to him, to them? Sorry.
Okay, so refresh my memory. They went with who earlier? I forget
They
who they
go
went
with
with now.
for the Detroit Red Wings.
Yeah, yeah, I forgot. Did
I
they
forgot right
go?
now.
I
I'm
think they
looking
went
for
forward.
answer someone right now.
They went with a skilled forward, I believe. Trying to
Danielson.
remember now. That yes, okay. Um, they might they might go forward again here, Coach. This time probably with a little bit of size. We still have Barlow in the mix. He's not a small player. He's 6 foot, 193 pounds. So that's a possibility in a direction that he may go. He's very skilled, great hockey IQ, and I think they're trying to build up their lines up front. So that might not be a bad pick for them.
Yeah, absolutely
Um,
about that one there for sure. For them, I'm trying to answer to Mr. DH about this. On your head, Mr. Tap, 47, 48, or 49 overall pick. What do you think it would be there? Do you know? Honestly, would not
who?
for the New York Calendars.
What will be there for them?
Yeah, do you know?
Oh,
I have a Lynn. I have Lynn. I have
we're
Willis,
talking.
and Altunen is
Yeah,
another one.
yeah. Um, I think Nadeau will be gone by then, because he'll probably go early in the second round. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at the second round players, but are the ones that are projected in that area. But uh, they they might go goaltender. I don't know. That'll be an interesting one too.
Yeah. I pick Lynn, Willis, and Altonen. Would be depends is who's going to be there, but I think that's the right things to do that for them for the Islanders. You have a couple of goaltender be available, but you have already Zorokin about this one over there. Montreal need a goalie to be left on the board at 69 MTG overall. This three, this one available. Yeah, you talk about Fowler, Augustin Gallant, all three of them. Reslav for the Saddle Thunderbirds is
Kajan.
on a goaltender over there. I'm not sure they go that direction. If you have a player who was out of the top of the third round pick, third round, it would be interesting they go that way, but I would not be surprised. MDJ, I think you maybe wait at 101. They have 101, 110, and 128. Maybe they will try to get a goalie for sure at the fourth round if they don't get third round because they maybe expect to have a player better at 69. So that'll be the right way over there. The age will answer to
You
you. What
think?
about Perrault and McElliott? Perrault is going to be right there close to the pick. The next three pick, I
Yeah.
think Perrault and Moore are going to be out. We're still waiting for Colby Barlow. Can the Detroit go with Barlow? I don't know. That'll be interesting if they can go that way, Mr. Tapper.
That Yeah, that's where I thought they'd go. I think going back to the goalies, I'm wondering, do you think Adam Kajan might still be available from the
He's a
Slovakia
giant
team at
goaltender,
that point?
right? A 6'6" with a, I feel like not
Yeah.
69, but I think they have other goaltender in front of him. The potential is still there for him, but I don't know if it's better to, the projected is a little bit more before him, Augustin, Fowler, Cajan, and Rabal as a goaltender. But It's a good selection. After that, you have him, Lundgren, and they have another the contender for the Thunderbird, all the three next goaltender. And I did not mention guy B.
Right.
Danielson, this another goaltender. I forgot to mention him a lot of time. I think he's going to be late second round pick with Augustin for the goaltender. It will be
Right.
both of them tomorrow about that. Hoping Perrault make it to the 27. Steve G. Yeah. Steve G, but I don't think so will be there, but it's a good one over there. I see Colorado Steve going to get Aiden Gauthier. We have a couple of, I don't know if you have a timeout there, but the clock is still not starting at up. So do you feel like maybe everybody will go to the restroom and all, and everybody get some food and come back after that? I don't know. I still have some popcorn, Mr. On top. We still like 2 hours and 30 minutes.
I got some more here. Don't worry.
There we go. That's good for you. About that one over there.
Coach.
It's going to be interesting, right? The reaction of the fans already.
Are you surprised
about that? Nothing wrong about everybody have their own opinion. I respect each one of them. But I'm not a guy to plan, to go against the people. I'm not again to push an organization down. I will tell you why. Because with the past, if you look about everything, guys, it takes time and time to figure out who they develop and who they become in NHL. It's going to be always like that. I know some of you is going to say, oh, yeah, look what happening with Leonard. Oh, look what happening with Danielson. Look what it's. You have no secrets. You try to hit one of the best players, but they fit two at the same time in your organization. And never compare players only because they don't do well for other. Like I would say to you, example, like I don't know, like a player select number 6 versus number 4. Look, McCarr was not the number 1, but if you do the draft, maybe McCarr is number 1 now, right? But McCarr fit well with the Colorado Avalanche, making the team better. Reinbacher maybe not going to be the best player on this draft, but Reinbacher bring the Montreal Canadiens better. And that's the most important thing when you select your players. And the time, the next 3 years, 5 years, you're going to tell us exactly what's happening for the pick they're going to do. So to judge very quickly tonight to consider this, this is a bad pick, this is not going to happening. Listen, the guy never played one game yet. No one of them never play. If Bedell make only 80 points per season, is it a bad first choice pick? I don't know. Fantilli number 3rd. I don't know. At that time we tell us. But again, for me, I don't consider only the best player on the draft. I consider what the player brings to the table for the team. And for the Montreal Canadiens are the stage rebuilding. So you don't know what is going to happen with Sakarski in the next 3 years. You don't know what's happening with Reinbacher, with Hudson and Oliver Beck, and with Owen Beck. It's just the time we tell us what's happening. The only thing I know, they believe they select the best player for what is the best for their team a long run, Mr. Natap. And that's what we have to let them trust what they are. And it's not going to be always perfect, not going to be always 100 on the target, but I think overall, Montreal on the road to take 1 year at a time to develop properly the player they have under the wing, and they are the best people around them. They surround them, Mr. Natap, the best athletic medicine, sport medicine, athletic they got. They have the best video coach. They have the best analytic Christian Boucher. And I can go all the way like that. They surrounded them with the best of the best. They're not going to be perfect at the end. They're not going to hit home run at the end. They're not going to be 100%. But at the end, they try to get the best of the best. And it's all about development and potential. Not everyone develop the same way. And it's not going to happening all the time. They're going to have always success. You're going to have bad success sometimes, like everybody else does. Everything does this. That's a part of the nature of the what is NHL draft. Yeah, no formula, Mr. Natap, to be successful for every pick you get. Yeah, no formula. It's a try, assume, a project that player could become one day in NHL. But it's not always happening that way, Mr. Natap.
Yeah, I agree. Coach, are you surprised that Edward Saleh is still out there?
No. It dropped a little bit. It would be between, I'm going to say 20 to 24, but we'll check Detroit, maybe pick him. I don't know yet.
Yeah, who knows?
It's happened pour Fantilli. Reinbacher, understandment. about that. With Newhook and Reinbacher, this draft has been quite underwhelming for use. And they select Mr. Top Alexandre Pelika for the Detroit Red Wings, 5'11", 180 pounds. And the Detroit considers to increasing the level of the
Their
defensemen in
defense.
this organization after big size like Maurice
Exactly.
Sailors. And this is a great pick for them. They need a puck carrier on the
It
puck.
is.
I don't think so. They have right now, and that a great pick for Sandon Pelika. We can see 5'11", Mr. 180 is really stretched when you see him on the TV right now. But great selection of Detroit. But what do you think about Excel?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he went this low, but it definitely a great pick for Detroit. It helps them to sort of form out their defensive core. You can't say much bad about him. He's a great offensive type of defenseman. Carries the puck well. Has got great hands, great shot. Will definitely be on the power play. Um, expect very good things from him. I think he's a solid player
Yeah, he is.
defender.
I think he considered maybe the best buck mover of the transition of the
Yeah.
defenseman on that draft, in my opinion. For me, that's the quality on offensive. Can carry on he can move the puck. He can play very well on the PK. He have a really good hockey sense. The key is a 5'11", 180. Great skater, by the way. We'll see
He
what happens
is.
with it. But Detroit need it with two good picks, Danielson and Pelika Silika. Sandon Pelika, Mr. Tapper.
Yeah, I like him.
I like good comments about Detroit Red Wings. No trade so far. Listen, many calls, a great draft so far. Ren Kirk, Saber by Baby. I like the pick about this. I know we are plenty the left-handed defenseman, but what about big Madio Fabrici 6534 body versus his body? I think, like you said, you have too many left defensemen. We already have Engstrom and we have Starball. They have Baudin. They want to. I don't think so. They will go with the left defenseman on the next for that one over there. No trade. The problem with the drafting defense is they don't pick up the late 20 if they have want to be competitive and Twitter. It's not looking good. Again, in DG, competitive to make the playoff, they will happen in the next 2 3 years. If you think about this, MTG, they have Madison, Coley will be year number 4. You have Aris year number 4. Jacka will be year number 4. Barron will be year number 4. Mayo may be year number 3 or maybe year number 2. And they still have veteran defensemen over there. I don't think it's going to be late behind that part over there. It takes 5 6 years before they become. It's the same everything for everybody, Mr. MTG. They're not going to make the playoff and to become a top 10 and NHL guys before the next 5 years for the Montreal Canadiens. At least something major happened to them, for sure. Ça va très bien, mon pépin. J'espère que tout va bien pour toi. KLS 5'11 defenseman. Yes. Jose, thanks so much. Appreciate that. I like the Jets, KLS. Such another one-man draft, to be honest, Mark Babino. Columbus may actually be winning the draft, all things considered. Not for smaller market. I root for smaller market. That's it to top line about this. Mr. Tap on the pick after that. Would be interesting. What would be the another for the Winnipeg Jet, Mr. Tap? We know Winnipeg Jet make a big trade with Pierre Dubois yesterday or 2 days ago. And what do you expect now? We're going to be out again. Perrault is out, is not there yet. Oliver Moore is
He's
not there
there
yet.
yet.
That's 2 players, I
Yeah.
think. And we didn't have what. Yeah, I know you was the one said you're going to have a lot of movement and that draft. I would say, guys, relax. Not going to have a lot of movement. It's I've been that way every year. I've been to NHL draft, and I understand they make some move. The last couple is normal, but we don't see anything move up or move down so far. Could happen in the late first round, but really quiet on that side, Mr. Nata.
Yeah, and the other guy that it's available, and I would probably, if I were Winnipeg, I would try to go for is 6'2", 200-pounder Quentin Musty. I think that this guy brings some physicality to the team, and we know that they're going to be losing some. Well, they've already lost PLD, and he was a physical player, but They're going to probably be losing somebody like a Scheifele, and Wheeler looks like he might be bought out. So they're losing some of their bigger body players. So if I were Winnipeg, I'd gamble and go with Musty at this point. I like his style. He's a natural goal scorer. He gets involved in all the plays. He's never uh, just skating and not thinking the game through. He's a real natural, and he's I think he's going to be a special player.
Yep. Sorry about this. Winnipeg Jet all right now, and on the podium, the pick is in. Winnipeg Jet. The last couple of years, they pick up a great the players for me. Roger Mego RT is a really good player for them. For the Winnipeg Jet, they select last year Brett Lambert, a late first round pick, and they have Chad Luchuk, and we know they have Cole Perfetti. Winnipeg Jets. They have tried to turn around. Must see, could be a steal about this one over there. Would be interesting. Marcy is not a small player, so by the way.
No, he's 6'2",
6'2",
6'2", and
yeah,
200 pounds.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this one. I see Caulfield as more of the specialist elite goal scorer, sure, but I doubt we ever see a 100-point player on this team right now. You're absolutely about this one over there. Colby Barlow, Mr. Top, nailed it at number 18. Barlow at 6'1", 195 pounds. Again, another player a little bit late on the draft, but listen, I think we just pick a great selection. What do you think about Colby Barlow? Some of them put him at the top 15 earlier.
Yeah, he's a high-end talent, Coach. I mean, I was surprised that he was still hanging around. I think this guy has the potential to be a big time point getter in the league. He's very much a leader as well. So that's something that I think that they coveted in Winnipeg. He's got more than just a solid shot. His skating is actually not bad. It's at a good level. And I think he's going to be probably one of the better scorers for Winnipeg in the future.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Mark, I can understand your point of view about Caulfield and the point. But if you think about this, Mark, Mr. Natap, do we have any players score 100 points with Vegas Golden Knight this year?
I don't think so. No.
Right? So my point to you, to Mark, and I can understand you guys, each one of you. The team have 100 points this year. How they won the Stanley Cup? No, they did not. As the team filled all together, they mixed the team chemistry together. That's the way you can get. And understand, guys, you need player make a 1 point per game. You tell that. Can Suzuki become that player? I don't know. He can become. Can Kirby Duck can become? I don't know yet. I can understand, but sometimes you don't need a super elite players like the 100 point. Jack Eichel carrying the team at some point is a 1 point per game, 80. Ken Suzuki can do that. I'm not sure. Can they pick up one of the UFA? Possible. I don't know. But I think we have a lot of great forward for the Montreal Canadiens. The team guy is not ready yet to win nowhere. They are not set up yet, the team, to compete with other teams in NHL. They don't have right now those kind of players. They will come more as a UFA or by trade at some point. Until then, guys, we have to be patient for at least 2 more years before the Montreal Canadiens become a team can compete and the playoff spot, from my opinion. They go from 32, they go for 28. Next year, hopefully, they will be at 25, and then for a year, they'll be at 20. And then after that, they're going to knock the door for the playoff. So as a hockey fans, Montreal Canadiens, on my own opinion, it's 2 more years or to be patient. Are you willing to be patient with the Montreal Canadiens in our top?
I'm willing, but
Here we go.
It's a tough market. It's a tough market to convince. I'll tell you that.
I understand, Mr. Natap, about that. So Montreal Canadiens get 1 pick on this draft, nothing more. Yeah, I'm right about this. Butcher, they trade the 31st. But the good news, Mr. Tap and Mr. Bush, this is one pick more and 9 other team in the NHL because they don't have zero picks. Stay positive. This is a way to get better every single day, Mr. Tap, about that one over there.
And all the pieces have to come together. I mean, that's the other thing that we have to see. There's still so many other. We're just making the framework of the jigsaw puzzle here, and on surface it might not look great, but there's a lot of good things happening, and free agency's coming up. There's trades to be made still. Things could fit nicely. We got to be a little bit more confident in terms of what they're doing as an administrative
Great
team.
comments, Mr. Tap, from you about that. And then we go to add one thing. I think Mark Papineau nailed it. We started the conversation, me and Mr. Tap, with Mark on the chat, said he was looking for a super elite. I told him, we have one called Caulfield. He said, yeah, but we don't have a player who can score 1 point per game and 100 points, everything like that. You're absolutely right, Mark. And he said to me, yeah, sure, but we don't have an A-Cole, a Jack A-Cole or Max Stone. You're absolutely right about this, Mr. Mark and Mr. Natap. But how they get it? How they draft them? No. They trade for them. And that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Vegas had one drafted player on that team, and it was Haig.
Yes.
That's it.
Exactly. But my point, you guys, is like those kind of players, they are difficult to find, but you have to trade for them. And that's the only way you can get that way. You're not going to figure out them on the draft and NHL draft usually. At least you pick up top 4. Yeah, but they got Sikorsky number 1. But guys, that draft pick 2022, they have no player going to have 100 points in NHL. The closest one I can see right now is Logan Cooley. Otherwise, no one's going to get 100 points. On the 2023, yes, some of you say, oh, they could get Michkov. Yes, possible they could get Michkov, but for them, they don't feel good about him to play with the Montreal Canadiens. They have their own reason. They go with the Security Cup with Reinbacher. It would fit good in the future for the Montreal Canadiens, where they really believe they start for the back of the defenseman. And that's the only thing I would tell you, Mark, about this here. Great point, by the way. Great conversation. The Chicago Blackhawks, Mr. Zapp, are back on the podium for the second time. And Carl Davidson is willing to reselect Mr. Zapp. Who?
Same names come up. I'm thinking Edward Saleh still out there. Musty still out there. Riley Height still out there. Gabe Perreault is still out there. I would go with Perreault at this point for Chicago.
Yeah, that's a great pick about this. McElroy, welcome aboard. Absolutely about this. Would be see the Chicago Blackhawks can go with Gabe Perreault or Oliver Moore. Chicago Blackhawks have a great defense, a great player, Nezar Kocinski, Comesso, the goaltender. And they select Oliver Moore like we expected. I just said his name, right? Did I say that more?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
I read the mind. And the TV was not turned on yet, Mr. Tap. So Oliver Moore, the speediest player in this draft. What do you think about that selection of the Chicago Blackhawks, Mr. Tap?
Well, it addresses. I mean, they're trying to work towards a team built around Connor Bedard, of course, and this will go a long way in helping that. Also gives them some size up front. I think that's not a bad pick at this point. There's a couple of other players that I was also considering, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, but it's not a mistake, I don't think.
No, absolutely about this one over there for sure. Oliver Moore considered one of the, is a player play behind Will Smith. I think he have a better, his ceiling is better than my expectation. Yeah. I think he have a better ceiling what they get out at the pick number 19 for Oliver Moore for the team USA. To answer to William, if you really, William, I have an opportunity to live in USA, so I was really close what's going on with the development over there. The last 10 years, when they started this program with Ferraro, and they add better coaches, and they've developed focusing on the 17-18. I will give you one thing compared to Canada, William. The Canada have 3 different leagues: the WHL, OHL, and the QM. What they did in USA, they built that league called the USHL. But those teams are 16 teams, I believe. There's still 16 teams. Waterloo, Omaha, Lincoln, Cedar Rapids, UCD, Sioux Falls, and Chicago Steel, and the the Milwaukee, the Gamblers. Anyhow, my point behind that, William, is they really after that build two team only called the USA the team the national team development, and they've set up two group of the team, one at U17 and one U18, and they really focusing on them. Those players make a prospect, they select them, they start the program during the summer, and they play all together and they practice every day. They have the best coaches, the best video clip, and they really believe they really build those players. One Matthews get paid up there with McEnvoy, everything like that. That year, Matthews was really like he was looked like a shrimp. Matthews, a big tall, but nothing, no muscle, everything like that. And prior to 3 months, he pick up like guy unbelievable for Matthews. But our other players did it the same way over there. So it's a great program. It's been there for a long time ago now, and they produce a lot of great hockey players for the NHL. You can see that. Talk about Caulfield, one of them, say Grass, and I can go all the way. The list is unbelievable, Mr. Natap, about that program. So that's why I just want sharing that feed by Mr. William McClary. I think anything you want to add about that one?
Nah, not about that, Coach. I was just looking at some of the comments that are coming up, and I agree with Deuce what he says there about probably having one of the best core group of young prospects. And even when we were talking about the defenders, Coach, we there's one defender we missed in the whole equation as well, and that's Matheson.
Yeah.
He's part of this core as well. So it really solidifies. And if there's an overload of defensemen, like, trust me, these guys, one of them or two of them can always be flipped for a great return at some point when you need to address a spot at a forward position. So again, not the direction I would have gone personally. I still think I would have gone Michkov myself, but let's look at it from a positive point of view, because I don't think it's the end of the world here.
No, I think there's a great pick for the Montreal Canadiens. You play safe card, right? You don't want to, and I think that's the right thing about that. You don't know the future of Michkov. You have some red flag, and again, the team pick Michkov, guys, is because the team can wait 5 years. That's what they are. The Flyers announced a couple of months ago are going to rebuild. So the Flyers can send Michkov. You can stay home right now. Don't worry about us. We will pick you up when you're coming back in the next 3, 4, 5 years. And that's the reason he go with the Flyers. Why not the Anaheim, the San Jose, and the Columbus Blue Jackets did not pick Michkov? Because that's the one reason there. They don't want to wait and to see what's going to become one day Michkov. And ever the Flyers said they don't get Michkov, by the end of the day, Briere said, we still have to wait anyway. So it's not like a bad. He went to the team can afford to wait for Michkov. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That made sense. I get that.
Yeah, and that's the reason there. Now, he said, why not begin? You don't know how it's going to happen for the next 3, 4 years. I think, again, Reinbacher is a good selection. Some of you want maybe Leonard as a forward. I don't know. It would be a top 3 in the NHL or a top 6. And Montreal want to, for what I can see now, Montreal want to satisfy the defense first. They have the 6, 7 best defensemen, they believe, and then go from there and then go fix their forward. I believe now can use Hugo. Believe they can better chance, easier to have a forward. Can score in NHL. It can make an easier trade with a forward versus a defenseman, right defenseman. That would be my only thing I would say to you. And right now, Mr. Natap, the Seattle Kraken are on the clock. And
looks
they
like they may have gone Sally.
Edouard Shelley, right?
Sally.
There we go. They got that man, Mr. Natap.
Yeah. Let me see here. Yeah.
What do you think about that one?
Check, Gina. I mean, again, I'm surprised a little bit that he's this low, but it speaks to the depth of this this draft overall. He's another big boy. We're talking about size all night. 6'2", 175 pounds. Nobody really questions his offensive ability. I think that the scouts see that he has a high ceiling for that in the future. Probably has to work a little bit towards his defensive side a bit more. That's probably what caused him to drop a bit. He probably will be a second liner, I believe, a left winger here. He's a very good skater as well. He knows the right spot for himself. He's very accepting. He's very good leader as well. Like he's not the type of player that's going to create any kind of drama for you on the team. He's very much a team player and will fit into Seattle's system very well, I think.
A lot of comments again. If someone pop up here, right there, like Robin said, this is the boss. Could add trade for the right defenseman in 2 years. Which one, Robert? Which position, guys, in NHL? Which position is the most difficult to make a trade in NHL?
Yeah, exactly.
Are the top 2 or 3 best defensemen? It's the right defenseman. That's right there. It's not a center. It's not forward. It's not winger. The most difficult select a trade, and there is a right defenseman, Mr. Robert, about this. You say always draft the best player. He blew it. He's the best defenseman in the draft, guys. What do you expect? He's the best defenseman in the draft. It's Reinbacher, and you guys turn around to screaming to Ken Hughes. He select the best defenseman in the draft. He did not select Oliver Bull. He select the best defenseman, and you consider him as a completely, he messed up the defenseman. I can understand he would select a defenseman 44 in the draft. He select the best defenseman in the top. I don't know what's wrong with that pick.
Again, I only think he went a little bit too high, but he was one of the coveted players that Montreal had in the back of their minds. So just like, you could have tried to trade for a defenseman in 2 years, as our chatter mentioned there. I forget who it was. But it's a lot harder to find a right-handed defenseman and a team that has one that is willing to give him up in a trade. They don't come around that frequently, right? Like, just look at the composition of a hockey team. There's more forwards out there than there are defensemen at any given time. So, they could get around the wingers and the forwards. They'll fill in those gaps. I can't emphasize enough that we need to be a little bit more patient with this process. It's not a one draft solves all kind of approach here. We're going to need 2 or 3 drafts. We're going to need some good trades along the way that have been made so far. And again, I personally think this has the potential to be one of the best defensive cores in the National Hockey League. So you want to throw a team that can score at us? Try it. Let's see how far they'll get.
Yeah, absolutely about that one over there. I agree with you. You have to be patient for the next 2 or 3 years. And again, I respect each one of you guys, one by one. I have no problem with your opinion. I have no problem if you want to leave the Montreal Canadiens. I have no problem with that part of there. Look, one thing you're not going to change my mind. I'm going to be die with the Montreal Canadiens fans. I'm not going nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't go nowhere. Whatever is a bad decision, we are here. We give us your own opinion with the selection of what every move they make, and that's it. That's all. Some of you are going to consider Reinbacher as a boss. That's perfectly good with me. I just showed to you the other perspective of that. The reason why they select Reinbacher. You already gave him a boss, and the guy never played one. He never skating in the NHL. Most of you did never play watching this guy play 55 games last season, but you consider Reinbacher a boss. How do you consider as a boss? because he didn't select the player you're thinking it would be better. But who is going to be an answer about that is the outcome the next 3-4 years. And that's the only thing about that one over there. For me, it's just like you cannot consider. For what I learned, I learned this is a really safe card pick for the Montreal Canadiens. Winnipeg, Minnesota Wild is on the clock right now. Bill Guerin built a good, solid team over there. But will be interesting going to be number 7. Can he go with Gabe Perreault now, Mr. Tap? They're looking for center, Mr. Tap. This is the position they're looking for.
They're looking
more
for
like
center.
A center.
Yeah. That's why I don't think it'll be Musty at this point. He's a left winger.
Charlie Stramel, Mr. Tap. 6'3", 222. Charlie Stramel, he did it, Mr. Tap. A lot of people put him out of the first round. And this is a really surprise. Again, the size of the winger, Mr. Tap.
It's very much coveted, and we know that. I mean, we had him a little bit lower when we did the mock draft the other day. But this guy is 6'3", 212 pounds. Minnesota plays that type of heavy game. I think he'll fit in beautifully with them. He's got a great work ethic. He's willing always to get involved in the physical aspect of the game. He's really, for lack of a better word, he's a beast. And I like what he can bring to Minnesota.
I'm sorry about that. Mark, one thing I would say to you, again, maybe they don't want to trade. The Washington Capitals have nothing to give in return for Michkov for the pick number 5. And the Flyers, they took a chance. They gambling. The Flyers took a gambling. They knew the number 5 or number 6 is going to be Reinbacher. They knew that. But they don't know if the Montreal are going to get Leonard or they would go with Michkov. And Brière win it. He saved his pick number 24, I believe, and at the on the pick number 22nd. So that's the reason why Brière did not do the move. It's I understand your point of view, Mark, but you have to match up. You need under the team width to make the trade behind that point over there. Look, there is another right-selling player Montreal could take. Number 5 now, King. 16 is going to be out anyway. Daniel Moss, first day absent, last day absent. After the 5 final, 21, last interest with Montreal. Sebastian, all right. We did not need a defenseman players. Jeremy Ann, Reinbacher is fitting. Welcome for the Asian National Show. Who score? Coach, I don't give a funny thought. Who need Michkov? I think it's a natural that fan and all the letdown because you set the bar so high with the X6 man from last year draft. Montreal has to keep stacking up the defensemen, then use them as a trade bait. Show will need to turn around the page on defensemen. I just was excited, sometimes more exciting. Need to debate the package, everything like that. Yes, I agree. I try to pick up everything in the chat. I respect that coach, Captain Kirk, Rebecca, Stop Bellal, and Michkov, Daniel Moose. William, from what I still see on the draft floor, the NHL is still on the old boy club. William McClary, you're absolutely right about this one over there. Why we did not take a center kick the action him after center or more prize to action the defenseman Jeremy N. As a center, the only one at number 5, it was only Dalibor Dvorsky, in my opinion. Because Reinbacher, Leonard, and Michkov are all wingers. So I didn't think so. It was compared to Jose at the same age about that. I don't have a first 1A or 1B defenseman yet, but load with defenseman. Steve G. I like the fact you said that, Steve, like said, defenseman yet. But I think they have the potential to have those kind of defensemen, 1A and 1B at some point. Reinbacher is the best defenseman in the draft at right end, going to be an excellent defenseman. Montreal now has the depth strength on both sides, left and right. That's how you build a future team. But Ranger, Coley, Mayu, Baron, Jack, Aris, Kovacevic, one king. How many? I don't know. Goal is 1B and Rabinov. You're a true fan, coach, and I thought you take the good with the bad, Devon. Absolutely. We would need to action defensemen soon. There were no doubt the defense look at stack now, but doubt it will be the fifth best player, and the draft is fair. Guerin looked like tired. He was tired to wait. Daniel Briere right now are on the table waiting for the clock start at some point. I was huge Montreal Canadiens fans of years and yet, but now I lost interest. Sébastien, awesome. Guerin looked like over. Mr. Matthew 33, agreed, Jeremy. We can trade a couple at the trade deadline. Marco, you are right about this. Very well hydrated. Guerin just thank a bar at Nashville. New Montreal would pass on him. Yes, Nicholas, like was said. Perrault Gauthier or Banque, please, Steve G for Colorado. You should have earlier, Mr. On Top, I laughed at Steve G when you said Perrault at 27, 28. Now we're getting there, Mr. On Top, and 22nd, and Perrault is still on the. He's still
out there. I think they might go here. They might go.
Bank is the next, I think. Interesting to see for this choice now.
Interesting.
Marco, well, I'm so jealous. You guys are building a hell the team. Love Buffalo draft last year too. Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Sorry to see Blackhawks to be with Ballard. They didn't deserve taking to one. So could be a tie in the fifth year. About this one, they said that Oliver Bonk, Mr. Tap, Bonk, number 22nd. What a great pick for them. We know is a son of Radel Bonk, ex-NHL players in NHL. What do you think about that one, Mr. Tap? I think you just mentioned it now.
Again, yeah, one of the top defensemen that was still out there, 6'2", 180. You can't get that kind of size. He's also a right-handed defenseman as well. He's a bit raw, at least in his first year with the OHL. That's what he demonstrated. But he has a lot of pro potential, I think. His game is really slowly starting to evolve. He played fairly well at the Hlinka Gretzky tournament. I think that's where his stock really went up a little bit. I like him. He's a solid, steady, reliable player, and I think for Philadelphia, they addressed a defensive need that was drastically needed.
Yeah, absolutely about that one over there. This is a surprise shock for me. Oliver Buck at 22nd. I was not expecting him before 25th on my mock draft. To be honest with you, but Philadelphia built the right way. They have Michkov and now Oliver Buck for that one.
Right. So I think that's the direction they went. And again, we're seeing not necessarily the best players being taken at those positions, but they're filling in the best player for the team. And that's what we're seeing here, which is a bit surprising because it's kind of contradictory to what they claim over the years when you talk to some of the GMs and even some of the scouts in terms of how they select. So, but you can't go wrong with Bonk. I again, right-handed defenseman, size. Like Philadelphia's going to be losing some defenders here, and they need to address that as well. So it fits their growth process.
Yeah, absolutely about that one. There, King said that Pinelli would depends. I think it would be a third round. King is only 5'9", 165, so I think it would be more like a late. I'll be shocked late second round pick and be more like a third round pick between 80 to 95. In my opinion, Kings about him. All draft should be in Montreal. Marco Larabé, other round maybe a distant relative. Possible about that one over there. I never date any bunk in my life, KLS, so I don't know about that. But I date many others' name. How many players in this draft make the NHL at the opening season prediction, Mr. Tap?
Out of the first round? Are we talking just the first round? I think usually we're looking at anywhere between 60 to 65% that will make it. Possibly a
No,
little bit
it going to
higher
start the
this year.
season, Mr. Tap. So the question is,
Oh,
how
that are
many
going to
players
start the
in this
season.
draft make the NHL
Oh,
and their opening season?
I would say Bedard,
Yeah,
probably Fantilli, and
that's it.
I'm thinking Carlson maybe as well. But they still have patience. They have time for him, but he might be the third one.
Yeah, I open up about that one there. Fantasy would be if he's going to returning NCA or not. That's the biggest question for him.
Oh, right.
And
Yeah.
Carlson,
Yeah.
for what I heard, we need maybe one more year over there for before he become players for. And again, I'll be honest with you. More, I'm thinking no, and I don't need him right away. So I think he will returning in Sweden for one more year. The Fantilli case is depends if the Columbus if he's going to returning or not to play right away in NHL.
Okay.
I think that's the only player we can talk about. This Will Smith is already at the Boston College. The New York Rangers are on the clock, Mr. Enartap. We'll see what we got here in the chat about this. A lot of great comments, guys. Save pick and maybe not be that much worse. Reinbacher at the end. Montreal should have big defense next year. Michkov was right there. He does speak much French, but he was the best talent available on the team. They will be building. Mistake for real deal. The top defenseman and the draft, Leonard is on market trying to top 4 blunder at 6'2", 105. He has easily projected frame world. Chris Peters, yep, so right about this. Chalet to the salon. I'm happy with the pick ran on Lake pick. Well, that one over there. Some of it. Son of the Radek. Yes, it is. Ray bring back to the right on this. No trade, nothing. Mark. Quiz, how many ab fans tonight drew the convender and the TV after they announced the pick about this one over there? I bonk a girl named Christine. Does it count? Don't think Carlson won yet. He said one more year and says, Nicholas, I agree with you. Look, you just aged yourself by getting a remote commenter. Too much information, and the Perrault, New York Rangers, Don Deal, Gabriel Perrault, ex, son of the Yannick Perrault, and Pat Brisson is the GM, is look like the agent about that one there. Congratulations to Gabriel Perrault. Finally, is get out, Mr. On top, 5'11" and 163. It was the time to get out, right? It was the right time for him to get out for this draft.
Probably overdue. I would say it was a bit overdue because this guy is a great skater. He's one of the smartest players there. I love the way his game has developed over the year. He put up, I believe, record. I forget how many points he put up this year, but it was a record amount for the U.S. Team as well. How could they go wrong? This is somewhere that something that the Rangers desperately needed, because some of the players that they have right now are not working out.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this one there. I'm just answering back to King. He will be out a second round, I believe. He's going to be picked for a playoff team. Long Strider does best defenseman player, best player available. Reinbacher was very bad pick, and KK 2.0. Kachuk, Michkov, Leonard, Benson, so many other were better. I thought about that. I don't know. The time will tell us, right? You compare 2.00 versus Kachuk, then Michkov, Leonard, Benson, how many other was better? And again, they satisfied the right defenseman again, and they got a good defenseman. I don't know. I will ask you who is going to have a better that question. I will ask you who's going to be better, Michkov, Leonard, or Benson? Long Strider. So if it's Leonard, Washington, and now the Flyers did not get Benson, and I can go away like that, right? I think for me, the pick fit very well for the Montreal Canadiens. And that's the right thing about this. The time will tell us at the end if the Montreal select or did a mistake or not about that one there. I think it's going to be a top 3 defenseman for the Montreal Canadiens. I don't see as a very bad trade, a very bad pick about that one over there. But we'll see. Keles, the red one, yes. Gauthier slide out at the first round. I don't think so. I think the Colorado are going to get it. The Nashville Predators for the second time on the bottom at home. We'll be interested what they're going to select at number 24. Mr. Top, what do you think they're going to get now?
Let's see, Nashville. I think though, I'm trying to think of which defensemen are still out there. I mean, that's probably an area that they need to address as well. They just got their forward. Who's left that's a defenseman? Maybe I'm thinking of Guliev, the defender, Mikhail Guliev might slip in this position if they're trying to address that spot. If not, then you still got possibility that they might go with a center position and go with Riley Heidt. That's something that's still available. We haven't talked much about Andrew Crystal, have we? And he's still available, I believe.
What about Callum Ritchie?
Ritchie, yeah, we're getting close to that area, but I still think maybe.
What about Quentin Musty and about I would say Bill Gauthier or possible you said Kuliev earlier, and I think another one of my
list. I just think they'll address defense.
Here we go, Stenberg.
I just think they'll address the defense because that's an area that they really need addressing, and given that they got a forward in the first few rounds there, this might be the direction they go. Again, I'm thinking more towards what they're possibly thinking in terms of addressing their own needs rather than what's the best player out there right now.
Yeah, because that
seems to be fitting the pattern here. I don't see why that would change at this point.
Yeah, they have Askarov, Schaffer, Kemel, Leroux as a top prospect for the Nashville Predator. Ufko is another defenseman for them. Look, they got with a big side winger with Matthew Wood. I don't know. I could be wrong here. I think that Stenberg could be a pick for them as a center.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Musty or Rabal for Nashville maybe, and not Rabal. MTG, they have Askarov, so you can remove the goaltender over there. Is a good power play quarterback for that. Musty could a good pick, MTG. Again, I'm behind you guys, so I don't know. But we are pick no trade at pick number 24, Mr. Nartap. Then following on the clock or on the block, the San Jose Blues and the San Jose Sharks and the Colorado Avalanche. All the three next week. Firstly, for CG, Ilas Perrault, Mr. Nartap. I apologize for him for that one over there. That's happening, but a great show so far. Great night. We thanks everybody stay with us until to the last minute, and we get about 7 more picks before they'll be over. And the Nashville Predators are proud to present the mascot on the stage with Philippe Forsberg and Piquet René. Right? I can recall it. Maybe not Forsberg for that one. Piquet René going to announce Roman Ozzy. Apologize. And what we get here. Molendick is a one pay. Où est-ce que Maxime Pellerin est repêché? The second round. And Tanner Molendick, guys, is a defenseman. We know at some point that Nashville was looking to add a defenseman after they lost at home this year. So the selection, Tanner Molendick, Mr. Tap, what do you think for the Saskatoon WHL?
I'm a bit surprised. Again, I would have probably gone with Guliev personally. I think he has a little bit more to offer, but I don't know a heck of a lot about Tanner. Just the fact that I mean, he doesn't even give you the size. I don't think. I think he's under 6 feet. He might be 5'10" or 5'11". Um, Left-handed defenseman. I think he. I don't know. He's an intelligent player from everything that I read, and is more of a stay-at-home kind of defenseman. I think, uh, but I don't know. It's a bit of a reach for me at this stage.
I think it's a bit early, in my opinion. I would see him at
Yeah,
late at the beginning of second round pick, but to pick him at the first one. What I'm again, now we are pick number. Yeah, with some kind of music. I don't know what's going on there, but um, I would say to you like we are right now 24 pick. And we talk
yeah.
about what 6, 7 defensemen. That's shocking me. Everybody is
That
going to
that
be
is.
a
Yeah.
pick for the forward and not many defensemen. And we talk about Reinbacher, Simachev, Willander, Sudden Belika. We talk about right now Malindik, and then I missed maybe one more. So we talk about 6, 7 defensemen, Mr. Top. How surprised are you?
I'm a bit surprised. I'll admit it, but from the perspective of the fact that there aren't a lot of good defensemen, I think it sort of precipitates their thinking and selection a little bit. They want to make sure that some teams that they ensure themselves, one of the better defensemen that is available out there. And we've seen that already. 6 of them have gone. So from that perspective, I'm not surprised. From the fact that this is a very strong forward, it's specifically center, strong draft. That is surprising.
Yeah, absolutely about that. The Saints Blues again are back on the podium after the draft pick number 10. Would be
I'm
interesting.
very,
I'm sorry again.
I'm very surprised that there haven't been any trades. I really thought this would be a more active draft. In from that perspective, I thought that maybe some of the teams I know that Trey Living has been, from everything I'm reading, he's been very active to try to get a first round pick, but he hasn't been successful, at least not yet. Um, and I thought some other teams would try to get their foot in the door and get a first round pick. So I don't know. A bit disappointed. I thought it would be a little bit more uh, action filled in terms of trades.
You need entertaining. That's what you're talking about, Miss Hunter. You need some kind of entertaining about that one. That we get a good one. We got David Reinbacher, Miss Hunter.
Yeah, we're still talking about it 3 hours later.
I understand the fans. We love you, each one of you guys. Whatever you not agree with Reinbacher, listen. Um, It is what it is. At the end of the day, it's a sport where we love the sport. We are passionate about the sport. We love the game. And each one of you guys, you have your own opinion. And I'll be honest with you, we never fight against you or we said you don't have no class, whatever it is. I respect each one of you because this is love talk about hockey. And sometimes I try to create debate just to have a good time in the chat. But at the end, I have no remorse, remorse about everybody. Guy, I'm going to sleep tonight with Reinbacher or not. The cheese will be good at the end of the night, Mr. Natap, anyway. So don't worry about that.
Yeah, and to address the question, I think Mark brought up, the salary cap has gone up. So if anything, I mean, we're talking about entry level players here. They're not going to be making much over the first 2 3 years that they're playing. So I don't think that has really impacted the lack of trades that have not transpired here.
Coach, what is the golden prize go around? I think it would be a late second overall pick, Mr. King Kinnan. A price. He's a good, but he dropped. I will tell you another player. Cam Allen is another defenseman. Nobody talk about this. But
Yeah.
would be interesting. The St. Blues have a Jimmy Snuggerud, a very good player, Bolduc, Neighbors, and Dominic Bonk, and Robert Thomas, and they are the first round pick. They have 11 now. What do you think about that pick is going to be, Mr. Top, if you have a pick for them?
I keep going to the well with this one, but I think Quentin Musty. It's got to be.
Yeah, you should be surprised. We was expect Quentin Musty to be get out really quicker, right?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought he'd
But I
be
think Stenberg
more
could be the pick
around.
over there. I think Stenberg could be the one. Here we go. Stenberg, Mr. Tap. Otto Stenberg, get it.
Oh,
Mr. 5'11", 185 pounds. Otto Stenberg, is the pick. Listen, Nicholas talk about him. I really like him more and more the last couple of weeks. Great center, really smart. We know
yeah,
Wildberg, other players pick it up, but he's a guy can carry on. Great captain, a great leader inside of him, and a great
yeah.
200 feet. Play the game very properly right away. I would love if Nicholas is still there talking about Stenberg, but what do you think about that one over there?
He's got a great shot, coach. Probably one of the best shots of all the prospects here today. Definitely, his stock went up, especially after the under 18s in April. The scouts really looked highly on him. He has a reputation of really um, showing up and producing the higher the stakes are in different stages that he's participated in. Um, I like him a lot. Again, he's 5'11" for a centerman. It's not small, but it lacks a little bit of the size. I think that's why maybe he's as low as he is at 25 at this stage.
The second
He
I
could have
was saying,
probably been a little
are
bit
you
higher.
surprised a little bit, Mr. Tab, the Silver Blue one with two center on that draft so far? They went to Dvorsky and now they select Stenberg. How you feel about
No,
that?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, having lost Riley and they have a couple of other players that are aging on that team,
But they
but
have
they're
Kiru
in a
play
good.
center. They have Brendan Shine play center. I don't know. I thought they were going to be maybe with a
But
physical
he
winger
could
or
play.
something like that
He
at
could
that
also
pick.
play
Like
on the wing,
Must
right?
see could be the one I was thinking about. That's maybe I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Real said, I love the U Buffalo. I love the pick of Zach Benson. For that, I think they will take Lucas Travisovic. Not a bad pick about that. Jake Cole Rimberger this year visit Artem Liskonen next year. Projected for overall right handle for Pedersen. Reinbacher come highly recommended by Thomas Vanek. And Rabinaf, who is the best QM player available? Why does not the QM get more respect on the year? He won't get Memorial Cup. I think for me right now, it could be Eden Gauthier. I think Morin is on the one, but I think Morin is going to be a little bit second round pick. The only thing I feel in right now as a French Canadian, I think is Eden Gauthier. I don't know if you agree with me, Mr. Notap.
Yeah, I think Goche is a smart pick to come out soon. I, I I don't know. I think he's probably going to be the most that has the highest ceiling in terms of what he can offer the team.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. RJ is back in the house, Mr. Notap, and welcome back. And then
Welcome, RJ.
Nicholas, my next jersey is in his blues about this one over there. It's not that if you want to take a break, you can go. If you want to go restroom, whatever you want to do, or you want to make more popcorn, I don't know where you want, but you can take a break if you want to. We have still about 30, 45 minutes if you don't mind. So if you want to get, I know, big deal, you can go and we'll just
Sure,
continue
sure.
talking about that.
No, we're okay. We're okay. We'll finish off this round and
Six
that's
days
it.
ago, Grant McCann said on the Sick podcast that the AB quad value will pick Reinbacher. About that, would you will have
He
Reinbacher or next
actually,
defenseman?
I was just going to say, he actually predicted either Leonard or Reinbacher, and I think obviously he knows these players very well.
But it was
So
at the end of
again,
the day, we knew it was between both of them all day long.
well, Michkov was a possibility, and the fact that he fell to that position, coach, that's my whole thing in all of this. Like as much as I can see the direction that they took, I think there comes a point where you have to try to hit for the home run fence, and I think Michkov would have done that for us, but you can't cry over spilt milk. Let's focus on what they have and how to harness that into a championship team. There are other ways to skin a cat here.
Coach, cannot wait to see the result of your question or Reinbacher tomorrow or later with NHL. Nick, David result is a great addition and it would be our lineup next year. I don't think so. It'll be with the Montreal Canadiens next year, Nick, but definitely will be back soon. That shot on the clock, yep, sorry. It's called Hudson, related to Lane Hudson, is his brother. By the way,
Brother.
Sam, to have a finger on the ab pulse. And Rabinov, he was wrong. I think he put Dvorsky number 3, no?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
I think he did. I think he
Oh,
put someone number 3 where that nobody was expected about that.
um, yeah. I don't remember, to be honest with you.
And finally, Musty is out, Mr. Tap. The San Jose Sharks
Yeah.
select Quentin Musty. A little bit behind on what my expectation, but I said between 2025. So it's not like the end of the world for my prediction about Musty for that one.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about him at length earlier. Um, it's a no brainer at this stage at the where they got him. I think his stock value really rose. I thought he'd go a little bit earlier than he did right now, but it's a good pickup for them. I think he's still got a couple years before he fits into their plans. So that'll be good development time for him in the uh, in the minors.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Correct coach on Dvorsky about that one. That's what I thought it was. Finally,
Oh,
we have
Dvorsky,
an interview in France about David
yes,
Reinbacher, but
yeah.
all right. One, sorry.
No, I was agreeing. Now I remember Dvorsky. Yeah, thank you, Gary.
Yeah. So the I don't know if you watched the story about Carey Price. It looked like Carey Price did not remember the name of Reinbacher or something like that. Do you know this? What happening?
Yeah, I think he went up to say the name and then he couldn't remember or he didn't know how to pronounce the last name. Maybe
That would be funny. He said
uh,
the Montreal Canadiens are proud to select Matvey Michkov. Can
or
you?
David Michkov.
David
David
Michkov.
Michkov.
Oh
Yeah.
no, Reinbacher. So Marco just said that next year top 3 defensemen from 1 to 3. Leonard, right, and KV are you? You're absolutely right about this. Bujam is under one over there. You're absolutely right. King, if you look about the best defenseman 2024, our left winger, people asking me who's going to be the best. Celebrini and Elzenman are the top best to the forward in that draft at that moment. So that's what we have.
Well,
We have now the Colorado Avalanche on the clock. Mr. Steve G, give us the name. Are you probably going to select now about this
and
one?
Trey Living is working those phones.
Give us say what you want now. He said all his name is out of his board right now. She don't know. What do you think about Colorado Avalanche?
You
We
know
know they
what?
trade for Ross Colton and they got the 2 first pick. What do you feel about the Colorado Avalanche? All on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, before I answer that one though, Coach, for me the big surprise really, I mean, it is what it is with Reinbacher. It's the I still think it's the new hook deal because it allowed you to have two other picks at number 31 and at number 37, and we've lost that leverage unfortunately. Now, of course, you can make the argument, if things go well and he develops properly, um, it might be worth more than those two particular picks. But now we have a bit of a haul before we have to, get our next pick here, and it's sort of a little bit deflating from that
Steve, go with
perspective. I
Mr.
think you,
Gauthier, Mr. Tap.
yeah, you can't go wrong with Goche. I like that. I like Goche quite a bit. I had hoped that Montreal could have picked him at the 20, sorry, at 31, if they still had that pick. But
Can
um,
he go with another
in
big defenseman like
I don't think so. I think they're pretty set on defense. They have a couple of prospects as well in the system. So I don't think that they're lacking in that area. Um, it doesn't
Can he
mean
go with
that they won't
Nadeau
go down.
or Brindley? Do you think Brindley will be out the 5'7", 5'8" at the first round?
I would take Nato. I think he's a tricky one. Yeah, I think he might go early in the second round. I don't see him making it out of the first. Um, Unfortunately, I think it's more of a possibility with um, who did Steve take again?
Gauthier. You talk about
Goche. Yeah, yeah.
Brindley.
I
Brindley.
think I I think Goche might be the direction that they'll go. I like that.
Oh, that's good to hear that. About his Marco, about his contract, can he go to American Hockey League or not? Sometimes they cannot go back there; they have to return over there. Do you know about this, Marco? I know you can play in a shot, but can he go back to play in Eastern Big Day Survey? Coach, free agency frenzy. Yes, William will be live at 11 o'clock, 11:30 in the morning. I think you're right on that, and I thought make it so much more depression on the way. David Camp is a 4-year contract. Thanks so much. Will Pluto have New Hook on the 31st or 37 of all? I think that felt like we should have keep or pick. Smith is right past his prim Adam. Yeah, possible about that one over there. And anyway, they get good money, good signature with Barbachev. Adam happy about that one over there. C'est mais vrai que l'amoureux est le meilleur défenseur des voitures de valeur. Pépin, you're absolutely right. Maybe Arbol with the 31st Steve G. I like that one there. Steve for the Colorado Avalanche. Maybe a trait about this. We'll wait for the pick. David Reinbacher is still on the TV right now. And the Colorado Avalanche is going to announce the pick. Callum Ritchie, Mr. Natap. Finally, I got him out about him over there. Sorry about that. Sometimes I ask a question, Mr. I don't follow up with you, tell you who I pick my pick. I just talking the chat live, Mr. Natap.
Yeah, we got Colorado gets a nice centerman here at 6'2". He's. I think his stock went down a little bit this year. I had originally had him slated a little bit higher than where he went, but his sophomore year was a little bit of a roller coaster in terms of his point production. And expectations were actually quite high. So that may have been the contributing factor here for that later pick. But I think after Christmas, he really kind of rebounded back well. On paper, he's probably one of the more skilled guys, even though he doesn't always show it. He had good numbers at the U18. I think he's a very smart player. He makes intelligent plays, but these are all things that are very raw right now, and it'll take time for him to develop. But again, 6'2", 185 pounds, center, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, sorry about this. To head back to you, Mark. What we heard from Hughes, he said it was the price to pay for New Hook because there are many other teams was looking to get him a marker. And that's the reason the Colorado request the 31st and 37. And like I said yesterday, people are going to compare the pick number 31st tonight and the 37th to see how it would be better. I'll try to pick a New Hook or not. Mr. Natap, I mentioned that. I will love that pick for the Montreal, honestly. Good night, Baba Chef. Thanks so much. About Asbrook, you can get way down here at 27. We need a centers, Steve G. Yeah, Marco, I will be much happier with that on that one. For that one, I don't know. Marco said anyhow. We are now go, Mr. Natap, pick number 28 at Toronto. I believe, if I can recall it, Mr. Natap.
I believe so. Let me check here. Yeah, they're number 28.
Well, Mr. Natap, I'm not going to get popcorn. I'm going to go restroom. I'm sitting here for over 3 hours right now, and I need to take a break. I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to let you talking about people here in the chat for about 1 minute, if you don't mind. I'm sure you'll be fine. Coach, would you trade Mailloux for Michkov? No. MTG. You're not going to get me to make Michkov. I'm telling you right now, guys, Michkov cannot fit with the Montreal Canadiens. That's simple. You cannot win with Michkov. You cannot win with Kaprizov. Sorry,
Yeah, I
but
know.
that's my opinion about that one over there. You can have a great fun 82 game, excited, funny, but I don't think you can win with those players in the lineup because you have too many small players around. It's a roster construction. That's remember, guys, roster construction. Always to go that way over there. And he said, "No, coach, you lie. Look, the selection guide tonight. Nobody expects defensemen. They get defensemen. Nobody expect big forward. We're going to get big forward. Look, the top 25 pick, Mr. Top. How many players are 5'10" and lower?
I know.
Right?
Not too many. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the reason behind that about this one over there. And I said I would
And
love
and
to
I
have Miss Cobb to be a fan, excited, but I don't know. I want to go there. Nice. CG, they are all where the honestly, Steve, the name was honestly between that pick at the end for sure. For that.
you think Toronto goes defense? I believe so.
I'm sorry again.
You think the Leafs will go with defense?
Yes, I would not be. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I think that's and again,
Now,
Korea's out there.
Montreal Canadiens, Mr. Natap, the Toronto Maple Leafs always have a lot of great respect for French players. They pick a lot of French Canadian players. So I would be surprised they go with
Mm-hmm.
Aidan Gauthier. But
Yeah,
that's my.
yeah, you bring up a good point there.
So
Yeah,
I think it'll be about that.
the pick is in.
Yes, Nicholas said we got Dvorsky, Estenberg. Big guy are often big for Nathan, a Cowboy sick. I will be disagree with you. Look the size of the defenseman, Mr. Cowboy. The defenseman size of the Vegas Golden Knights. Think if we draft Michkov and trade Caulfield, we finish bottom of the league for 3 years and get a better draft pick until we are ready to compete. King, we have already 52 pick in the last 4 years. We don't have more. We cannot have more. It's like you go forward for the last 2 years and now you go backwards again, King. It's not make sense to me. Now you can get Michkov, and then you can trade Caulfield. That's maybe another option. Gary, 6 foot defenseman, fit the coach theory about that. Gauthier, Mr. Tap, is selected by the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Is it Goche?
For what we
Yeah,
heard
I
from
didn't get that.
Luc,
Maybe yeah, I wasn't sure if it was him. I don't have my
no, it's
TV
not
on right
this at
now.
all.
No, I don't think so either. It doesn't look like him.
I don't know what's going on. We're on the other side of the rink right now. He said Easton Cowan, Mr. Tap.
Ah,
So
well, I don't know much.
Easton Cowan, guys,
Is
he's
way
not on
down
the.
there.
He was not sit.
He's on tomorrow's seating
He
plan.
was sit on the second balcony, Mr. Tap. I think he's more
Yes, yes.
surprised. Like he tried to verify with Deloitte Smith, Mr. Tap, if he really pronounced his name
Oh
or
my
not.
gosh.
He's scared to go down right now about this one over there. Unbelievable, guys.
I
Easton
think he was
Cowan.
napping.
Remember my story, Mr. Tap, what I said to you at the beginning of the show? Always someone
Yes,
is not
yes.
sit properly at the right spot. You talk about Easton Cowan, a 5'11", one of the semi-pun, play for the London Knights and the American Hockey Assist Center for the team. We go.
Jeez.
You got that one, Mr. Tap.
I think I'm feeling better with that Reinbacher pick now.
King of Gamer, great question about this, Mr. Tap. Where would you, Reinbacher, have gone at the draft 2022-2022?
Last year, last year we had some very good defensemen up there. He probably would have been, if we're looking just at defensemen, he probably would have ranked around number 4.
Do you consider Reinbacher better to Cherechek and Nemec?
No, I don't think so. I think both those two guys are going to be number 1A type of defensemen in the league. Both of them. They're
I
going to be
think it's going to be
solid.
better to Chirichek.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. The skating, it will be better.
The skating, yeah, I would agree with that. But I think
The defensive
Jiricek brings a
side, I
little
think
bit.
it will be better.
The offensive is Jiricek.
That's the Chirichek offensive with that one over there. But
Yeah.
I don't know anything about him. Good pick.
That's an interesting one.
He's a gritty player, so I can recall it for Cowan. He played with the London Knights. Was pretty effective with the Knights on the playoff with Mailloux and Ponk. We talk about two players over there for Easton Cowan. That's one thing I can tell you there. It was not on my radar at all for Easton Cowan. It's on top.
That came totally out of the blue. I think he ran his jersey now, but we'll see. I don't have much on him right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm going to make some search about that one there. Try to get that. Try to get.
I didn't have him anywhere in the first 2 rounds.
No, honestly, it was not there. My bubble have too many pages, Mr. Tap, to get all the dots I have. Cowan, right?
Yeah, Cowan. Yeah.
Cowan. I cannot get it right now. 66, Mr. Zap.
He's ranked
66. On the prospect, it was 66.
Yeah, because I just looked at the first couple of rounds. I'm not too familiar with the tail end after the second round in terms of prospects. So I don't know. That's they must know something about him, something that they really value in Toronto, because I think talk about going off the board. This is the first pick tonight that is really off the rails.
I think it is, right? You're absolutely right about this. I think it's the one where we don't expect at all, for sure. I tried to pick up other players right now. I went for Cowell about that one over there. There we go. I will get you that a little bit shortly. It surprised everybody, I think, right?
It's surprised the heck out of me. I'll be honest.
I tried to get here. I have a lot of page about some players. So, and then Wahlberg, what do you think is going to get out?
In the second round. Second round, probably in the first 10 spots, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Sianek is another player I'm looking for too. Sianek,
did they?
Go ahead.
Was Andrew Crystal picked? He hasn't been selected yet, has he?
No, he's not. Andrew Crystal, the biggest problem for him is, a 5'11", I can recall it. And, of course, his skating is very strong, but one of the top best offensive side of the game. Colin guy, a 53.20 goal and 33 assists last year with London. He's a 5'10", 170. Is great already, and not good. On two other things I would say to you about him is hockey sense, is the passing is the best of his report for what we got here. For him, for Owen Cowan, about him. So that's pretty much what we got about Cowan. Sorry about this. Blues. They select Mr. Theodore Lindstedt. Sorry about that. We are last here a little bit behind. The St. Blues select that defenseman again, Mr. Tap, another defenseman.
I had a Guliev. Yeah.
Wow.
What
do you think about that one?
I was right. Same thing. I think teams are trying to really harness in any defenders that they have. I believe he's a right-handed defenseman as well. Decent size. He's very much a defensive-oriented defenseman. A bit surprising to me. Again, that's another pick where I thought it would take a while before he'd go off the board, but here congratulations, you made it to the first round, which is nothing to scoff about.
Yeah, Jake, he was in the draft between 60 to 75 for Cohen. Roger did not give
Counter.
up 31st answer for 5 players. Would you want him or Michkov? No contest. Boy, I'm really angry, Roger Delaney, about that one over there. Might leave Scott Live, Grant Ontario, not far from London, and told the truth, William. I wonder when they put the name on the back of the Reinbacher jersey. If they just put David, they just put the last name Jimmy. I don't think so. They sell a lot of jersey Reinbacher so far. Instead of making things happen and taking chance at Nicholas for them, I don't think so. They take a chance. Nicholas, I think Stenberg was really what he's supposed to be, and then Dvorsky at 10, they're supposed to be at that 10. So I don't know when you take about the chance about them for that, but. That's happening, Mr. Tap, for that. I like Hazelman to pick Hazelman. I like Hazelman for next season. Hazelman. 30, Mr. Tap, Carolina Hurricane are going to do now.
Yeah, they're next on the clock. Yeah, St. Louis, I mean, it's not surprising that they address defense as well, Coach. And that part is not in question here. I thought they would go with a little bit more offensive-minded type of defender. But with Lindstein, I mean, he's a good puck mover. He's very smooth skater. So those are some of his positives. I think he's the kind of guy that will log a lot of time, a lot of ice time. So that'll benefit them. We don't know. I mean, some of their defensive core right now are aging, so that's another reason they probably went with defense here. And yeah, a little bit high in my estimation in terms of where he went, but not far off. I had him somewhere in the top 15 of the second round.
Yeah, trying to figure out with Carolina. Do you think they can go with the Russian defenseman? Or they would prefer to get a guy like Martinook, like Aiden Gauthier? That two name came on my head right away right now.
Yeah. I gotta believe that they're gonna go with a forward centerman, or at worst a winger, somebody that has some scoring skill. Those are areas of need for them. Trying to think of who they might go with at this stage. If they don't go with the defense, they still have well, Quentin's still out there, right? Quentin Musty's still out there.
Who?
Quentin Musty?
No, out.
Oh, he's out.
He was drafted a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, Riley Height is still there.
Riley Height is a good one there. I think it would be second round, but I think
a little bit small. A little bit small.
Yeah.
Who else is out there? Again, Jaden Perron is a bit small.
Nadeau.
Hanzik was already taken. Nadeau, yeah.
It's a good one. What about Bo Aki? I think you don't think so. Would be there, but Jaden Perron is Jaden Perron is a one over there. I will talk about this one over there. Mulgar is another one. Brett Lape, I don't think so. They would go there first round. Oh, David Engstrom and Danny Nelson, Mr. Top.
It's possible. I have him more in the second round, Coach, but yeah, I think that's a possibility for them.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. It's hard to predict where they're going to go with this.
Most of the players from here on the probably not going to become the NHL and Rabinov. Celebrate projected be first overall. He absolutely Luc Lafortune. I know King asked this question, guys. He asked about Celebrini, Elzerman, and Demidov top three. What can you tell us about that? Any comments? The pick is in, by the way, the Carolina Kings.
Oh, let's see what they go with.
We'll go to answer to you in a few minutes, King. Great pick, Derek. Joe said that. Thanks so much. Carlson, NHL for sure. A triple W. Emily, as-tu vu le rempart Québec? On gagne la Coupe des souvenirs. There we go. And Carolina Hurricane, they want to thank Mr.
Yeah,
David Poile.
they went with Nadeau.
They went right. Brandon Nadeau, I just mentioned him earlier.
Yeah,
They select
yeah, yeah.
Nadeau, Brandley Nadeau is the next one. 5'10", playing the BCHL, 160 pounds. Commit to the Maine University, I believe, if I can recall it. Look, you have over 160 point, 113 point, and 54 game in the BCHL. It's another BCHL first runner. First run, get out. We know Tyler Joss get out a couple of years ago from the Colorado Avalanche. I think it was 10 overall pick. And that's what you got for Nadeau, 5'10" at 160. What do you think about that pick?
Yeah, a bit on the small side, but I guess at this stage it's not a bad selection. I think I think he'll definitely address some of their needs because he is a very talented player. He's got a very elusive shot. Like he really drags the puck well and releases it quickly. So that's something that is in his arsenal for sure. Uh, we'll see if his skating will improve a little bit because I think that was one. I could be wrong about this, but I think that was one area of concern that they had with him, besides the size.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that one over there. Angstrom surprised me. Team go for Dave defenseman. Always good. I think for me, Angstrom is at the end of the first round pick where we at right now, or maybe at the beginning of second round pick, Nicholas. I think between 37 31st. Right now, we are going to get the Colorado Avalanche back on this. This is the pick when Montreal Canadiens was supposed to get Mr. Tap. So the pick of this one are going to
Play
consider
it up.
if it was worth it or not for our next new hook.
All right, you're gonna play it up, coach. I know.
MTG, I would say more than 75% of the first round pick play pro arcaneously is a draft. Possible. Bradley Nadeau, gold 45. Yes, absolutely. Right. So we're going to be the team for the Mission Type. Colorado are going to be right there. We have to turn to draft a franchise. One of the points superstar at the 5 is a still, but no, let them to know what the fan have been waiting for. Send Lafleur a draft. What a joke for Patrick. Again, I have no problem with Reinbacher. I think he's a great, solid pick for that. We don't know Michkov's situation. They met him already, and they interviewed Michkov twice. And maybe the fit is maybe not a good fit for the Montreal Canadiens by his character, by the way it is, and the way his behavior, everything like that. He have other thing he come with Michkov. Character is where is not very good in the locker room. And again, this is all what we heard the last couple of. Don't diminish his talent, but he come with a package deal with that. That's what it's been there for many time. When you see Mr. Tap at 18 years old in the locker room and such shit to criticize his teammate, that's a lot of guts.
It is, and I mean it's hard. I hate commenting on this because
But that's what
a
my
lot of
point, right?
times,
It's just what we heard. That's
yeah,
what they assume
yeah,
about that.
exactly. Exactly. Like we're not in the scene and we don't really know exactly what it is. It's all hearsay. And you don't really see it until it's manifested once they're on a professional team and they're playing and especially the fan base of that particular team, whatever that team might be, will see it firsthand because the media will be all over it. And I don't know. I think sometimes we get lost in the statistics of what these players bring and think, why is this guy not selected yet? And I mean, this we talked about the size, and that's important, yes, but it's not the be all and end all on its own. I think you have to take all of these things in consideration. You got to look at their character. You got to look at how they would play with other players of their colleagues. You got to see how they perform under strenuous circumstances and when they're presented with obstacles along the way. Are they true teammates with everybody else. Like it's all about chemistry and making sure that you have somebody that believes in the system and it's not going to be a defined player.
Again, I do not hear nothing yet. I'm not into the social media right now. So what I'm looking for, if for something, someone can ask her this question. If I was a reporter, I go to a press conference. I would ask him, why Reinbacher over Leonard? That would be my first question to him. I would like to know why they select Reinbacher versus Leonard.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a player with you compare both. The color of evidence right now on the clock, Mr. For CG. Can they go with Eden Gauthier? No, Mikhail Kuliev. That's what I expect for them.
Finally.
Mikhail Kuliev at the end. So Montreal Canadiens guys at 31st. Do you draft left defense a defenseman Kuliev as 5'10", 170 Mr. Top? Mikhail Kuliev.
Yeah. Hey, we're back on. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. A bit undersized. That's the biggest reason I think he's gone this low, coach. But definitely, he's got a lot of tools in his toolkit. This guy will definitely be um, the type of defenseman that will get involved in all situations. Again, his size is a little bit of a question mark, but you never know. He might grow another inch or two and be at a very respectable size. There's a lot to be excited about in this game, especially offensively. He can really play the point if need be. Although I wouldn't necessarily put him there. I think he's more of a second or possibly even third pairing. If things go well, I think he'll be well set at the second pairing for the team for Colorado.
Yes, I inserted that one over there. Look, this defenseman have a lot of upside down on the ceiling. I think the ceiling is bigger what the people expect because he's really excited. He's a really a great skater for him. The one thing I
He
think
can carry the
because
puck
he's a Russian, and secondly is because uh,
size.
he's a size. So that's the
Yeah.
reason why it was there. So I think it could become if you. I think if for me, if he was not from Russia, I think it could be select 20 between 18 to a little bit behind Sandon Pelicom is on top. I think.
Yeah, I would put him definitely higher than what he got selected at 31. But like he's got a great first pass, coach. I think he thinks the game through well. You're right. There is a lot of upside to him. Um, we'll see if that gets developed over time. I don't think there's any rush to bring him up at any point soon. Um, I think he's a 2005, if I recall. So they got lots of opportunity to try to harness his raw skills.
Yeah, absolutely. About this, you think about the pick, the first pick round for the Vegas Golden Knight guys. Suzuki is out. Cody Glass is out. Peyton Krebs is out. Brisson and Dean are there only. Brendan Brisson is the son of Pat Brisson. And then Zach Dean is another Team Canada winner of the medal gold for World Junior Championship. Vegas, Mr. Tap, for the final first round, what are you going to do?
Oh
Can
my
I give my
gosh.
pick?
Yeah, please do.
Michael Rabal.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of talk today
Oh,
that
I'm happy
apparently.
now you speak. I thought you would die. I thought you was.
No, no, no.
Okay, okay, okay.
I was just thinking about it because I mean, right now they have Leonard on the LTIR. They have Thompson. They have Aiden Hill. They have Brisson. It looks like today I was hearing that apparently they've been fishing Logan Thompson to see if anybody bites. If that's the case, then I would agree with you that they'll go with Robel. But I think they'll go forward here. I think they'll go with a forward.
Which forward? Gauthier?
I would suspect at this stage. I mean, that would be. I think it would be a steal at this stage. I had Gauthier going a little bit higher than 32,
Well,
but
not much, Mr. Top. I thought it was be 30,
uh,
between 28, 32. Montreal, he was
yeah, I
31st,
had
and
him
then
late
Aiden
20s.
Gauthier. Do you prefer New Hook or Aiden Gauthier? It's hard. It's really hard sometimes you
Uh,
compare player like that because I don't want to put you on the hot seat,
it
by the way.
is.
Because when you compare like a
No,
player
no, no.
25
I
years old with
understand.
22 years old, it's hard, right? So it's not fair to tell you that part of there. Or maybe the potential, I think New Hook would be better, no?
I Possibly. Like you said, it's hard to compare somebody that's a prospect with a rookie here. It's something that you're gonna have to see over time and then judge on that. But let's see who they went with here. Who did they
Yeah,
go with?
absolutely. About that one there. Just wait for the last pick
Yeah,
on the first one, guys. Pretty interesting to see that. And we'll see what happening for that pick, for that. And then, ladies and gentlemen, David Ekstrom, Santos Big 6'3", 185. This is a really a player.
yeah.
I think is a great pick for the Vegas Golden Knights on top. I love that pick. You know who he remind me? It's really the player
No.
they have, William Carlson.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's
That
good.
same
Great
mold. Does it
size.
make sense?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I never thought of that. Yeah, I'm just trying. Yeah, with David, he's 6'3", big boy,
Yeah, he's a very
um,
big boy.
centerman. Yeah, he's. I I'm trying to figure out. I know his value really went up after he participated in the under 18s. He had a really good showing there. Was on the silver medal team. Um, like I think he adjusts well to high tempo games. He's a guy that can play both offensively and defensively as well. He plays uh, the full 200-foot game. Um, it- it- did he have an injury this year, Coach? I'm not sure. Was he injured at some point?
I'm sorry again. No, I'm so no. I don't
Was
think
he
so.
injured?
No, I don't think
No,
so. No.
I,
Look,
I
he's a
thought I
solid
thought
defense.
so.
He's a solid center. Played it played the game very properly. Good hockey sense. Yes, when you have
Yes.
Otto Stenberg, you think maybe you go behind. It remind me a lot Oliver Moore with behind Will Smith. Those kind of players right now behind Stenberg and Smith. It's hard for other center to develop, but I think I love his size. Like I said, it's going to be for a 32 round pick right there. This is a great solid pick for them. We'll see what happening with them if they're going to, he's going to make the NHL. Again, guys, when you get after 20, always one or two players missing a top. I'll select 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and going to make the NHL. At some point, they have a good career. It's happened every year. But if you look about this one guy, Mr. Tap, let's go with 28. Let's go with 27. Richie, Cowan, Lindstedt, Nadeau, Kuliev, and Armstrong. Those player guys, I would say to you, Richie and Ekstrom, in my opinion, are better chance to make the NHL very good on the NHL. Kuliev will be another one, but not easy when you pick at that area and to make a good career in NHL.
No, I know. It's once you get to these rounds, or this late in the first round, it's difficult to project whether they'll make it to the NHL. But in Edstrom's case, I don't think that'll be a problem. Like he's the kind of depth player that every winning team needs on their squad. Like even if the worst case scenario, he projects as a third line centerman. Like I said, he's very reliable. He can skate with anybody. Um, He plays very well defensively. He's not a flashy player, but he's very consistent, very dependable. Um, kind of like without the flash. Well, not that he has any, but um, I'm thinking of Lehkonen. Like he can play up if he has to. Um, Scores in big games. Like that's what I think you're getting with Edstrom, plus the size, which is extremely important.
Yeah, I'm watching right now all the name on the board and everything like that. Really interesting. I know we have been there for over 3 hours, Mr. Natab. We apologize for your time here. We really kind
No,
appreciate
it's
your
okay.
time. But let's see like a bit a resume of what did you learn for the draft, the first round right now, and we can go from there after that for sure.
Oh boy. What did I learn? I learned not to expect too much because I really had anticipated this to be a little bit more active in terms of either trades or picks that were sort of out of place, maybe from our projections, and there were a few of those. Not to knock any of the players, but there were a couple that were surprises at the rounds that they came in. Um, Again, we can look at it from Montreal's perspective, and we can argue and say, did they pick the best player at number 5? The answer probably is no, they did not. But they did pick the best defenseman that was there at that spot, and they've got to have some other irons in the fire. Like there's different ways in which they can approach this rebuild that they're going through. And like I said, they've really solidified their defensive core for many years to come. I have no problem if they even have to trade one or two of them down the road to address some of the needs up front. They'll do it, and there's more to select. It's harder to do it the other way around, right? So you're addressing areas that are harder to sort of solidify, which is defense. I would even go as far as to say even goaltending is very difficult to address to some degree. And then next, I would go to the centermen before the wingers, right? Because even centermen, you can never have too many centermen. You can always slap them on the wing. They're usually your better face-off artists. If you got two centermen, one that's playing center and the other one's on the wing, that makes it a perfect opportunity either in a defensive or offensive end to take the face-off. So those things can be addressed. I'm not worried about that. I don't think we should be too upset by all of this. We should look at the positives and just build on that.
Mr. Natab, since 2013. Do you know what happening?
In terms of what, draft?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the draft? No. What are you getting at?
This is the last year. This is the year where since 2013 I have no trade at the table.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah,
2013,
that's
10 years ago, Mr. Tap.
again. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that we didn't get any this year. But
Oh yes, Christian, welcome aboard. Yes, he's a really good center, big size, 6'3", for 32 overall pick. Christian, you cannot ask for more. Uh, I'm going to go all the road here, but I will tell you one thing, Christian. The Toronto Maple Leafs select Matthew Knights at 31st overall pick at winger 6'3". He's going to have a good career. I would be surprised, Mr. Natap, David Engstrom could become a good solid player in NHL.
I think so, especially this year, Coach. I think this will run a little bit deeper. I'd say probably to the halfway mark of the second round, where you have still some good names that are on the board available for teams. It's a good year, and next year so far is shaping up. Because I don't think we answered King's question earlier. about the three prospects for next year, but they all promise to be, in the top five for sure. And it'll be, acquire your assets now. I think that everything we're doing is on track, and next year will be another good year for us, I believe.
Yeah, you're absolutely about that. You have a lot of things we're going to remember for 2023. As for me, is like a lot of Montreal fans are disappointed. The first thing about that I'm going to remember for that one over there. But at the end of the day, they select the best defenseman. Mr. Top one, you a GM or a coach, everything like that, right? You have a template, and every template have a block, and every block you have to satisfy them together to make the team the best team on paper to try to win the Stanley Cup. I think for me, that Reinbacher make that bricks right there at the right position to make that team better at long term for that one. They know already what the Reinbacher is going to give to them. So they are only satisfied the wall with Reinbacher. With Michkov, you don't know what could happen. It could be to one way or the wall could fall apart. We don't know yet. The time will tell us. They feel like Leonard, you can find a little player like him in NHL. Surprisingly, because a lot of connection with Ken Hughes and Leonard make that connection together. But they really believe they select the best defenseman at that draft, and they David Reinbacher. So it's a great solid pick for the Montreal Canadiens. But at the end, the time will tell us if it's been a lot of compare between Kokanemi, Kachuk example, and then they're going to compare now Sakoski with other players last year, and now they're going to go the same way. And it's not easy at the end of the day, but I'm really pleased for that pick. Surprisingly, for 2023 NHL draft, no trade. A lot of defensemen select on that first round, and I'm shocked to see that, Mr. Tap.
What did we have? 6 or 7?
Right?
6, I think, right?
Or maybe 7 now. And then I would say to you, because Lindstedt and then Kiliev got added at the end, Mr. Tap, at the end. And then I would say to you guys, no player for the QM. I'm right or wrong?
I'm sorry, no player.
Look, I don't know if Luke is still there.
Nadeau, where did Nadeau play this year?
I'm sorry?
Nadeau.
Nadeau play in the BCHL.
Oh, the BCHL, okay.
Yeah. So I don't think so. You have any player from the QM. I could be wrong here. But I agree it's a good piece foundation. But at 5 with the potential superstar or just Jarena. If Michkov turn into a Winskin, watch out for the backlash about this one, King. Yeah, absolutely about this. At the end, King, if the Montreal Canadiens make the final conference, that's the beauty behind that part over there. So no one care about the backslash. People forget that for sure. Sorry, but today was a major step back.
Right, Luke. You're right.
Hard to prove use know what he's doing. MTG. I guess maybe try him like he usually do. Nicholas, yeah, absolutely about this one over there. Mac, good night, gentlemen. Attempt to get some cheese. À la prochaine. Et two, no player from QM was selected. Ouch, here we go. That's what I thought about. Is a perfect example of why the New Hook trade was bad for Montreal Canadiens MTG. But again, look like they got Nadeau at the end for that one over there, MTG. That's the reason behind that. Montreal est so frustré at these events. Show said that. Cause où est Maxime Masse des 5 infusions qui se fait repêcher. D'après moi, il va de la 4e ronde pour Maxime Masse. But by something in 2021, saying about this, they talk about Bolduc, I believe. I apologize. I knew I saw Bolduc. I put the name of the team, but I did not know he was looking for the name. Joe, Tank Nation is making a comeback about this one. Then, Mr. Antap, anything you want to add before you leave the building?
Yeah, I'm just doing a count here. 12 out of the 32 players were Canadian players selected. And
Nicholas,
American, we had
go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 American players.
Yeah. Look, it's going to be
There's
interesting
quite
what
a
happening tomorrow.
dispersion.
Mr. Nata, before you leave, I have a question for you. Apologize, cut you. What are your
Yeah.
expectation for round number 2 tomorrow and day number 2 and the second round and the selection Montreal Canadiens 69? What direction you believe are you going to get? Do you think they're going to go goalie or they're going to select another player? Wait to round number 4 for that.
Well, they're going to have what? Is it the 69th pick?
69, yeah.
69. So that puts you into round 3. Yeah, they'll probably. I think it depends. It depends when the streak of goalies starts to happen, Coach. I think Robbo will definitely happen in the next, 6 to 7 picks. I think somebody will take him, and that'll start the whole domino effect. And you're going to see probably the best 3 or 4 goalies taken in the second round. I would not be surprised with that. So I don't know if you're looking for a number 1 type of goalie, whether anything is available after the top 4 or 5 goalies. I sincerely doubt it. So maybe instead of a goalie, they're gonna address obviously the forward position at this stage. I'd be extremely shocked if they went defense, but I don't think that's going to happen. So yeah, I think they'll probably go with a solid sized winger, and at that point, whatever is left.
Yes, possible. And did you think Augustin at 69 goals that Rabal would be gone? I think Michael Rabal would be the first goalie out. I think San Jose Sharks are going to select him at 36. That will be my prediction for tomorrow, round number 2 for that. Triple W. I don't expect too much for the Montreal Canadiens at the UF3. They're not going to sign anybody. They are already a lot of forward. They have no spot for goaltender number 69. If they go there, I think it will be between Gagnon and Fowler. I think Gagnon could be a late second round pick and did not be available for third round. But I select for Montreal, I would not be surprised Montreal select only a goalie at round number 4. When they select 101, 110, and 128, that will be my prediction for tomorrow. We put our faith on the Hugo team based on what they have accomplished in 18 months. So not everyone want to crap on them because each of us think we know better than them. Amazing. Season on time for Q players and never mind goalie. Trade Edmondson for 40 overall pick and take a goalie. King, I think that nobody wants to trade for Edmondson, a second round pick. And my pick in the late round, Ty Hendrick could be one of them for sure. And MDG bring me something earlier about what Quentin was said to you about that. Listen, guys, the pick number 31, Mr. Natap, 37. And I know you know a lot about this. What is your chance to make the NHL?
It's not that strong. The only thing I would put sort of an asterisk to is the fact that it's a little bit deeper pool this year, the draft pool. So there might be a few more than usual, but not much more. It's very difficult to make the NHL.
That's a great one, but on those pick 31, 37, how many of them are going to make at least a top 9 and possible could become a top 6?
Not many.
That's why the reason they got New Hook,
low.
Mr. Natap. He's 22 years old. He proved it. He can play NHL at top 9. He can become, if he turn around, his ceiling at a top 6 at some point. He brings speed. He will prove it. Win the Stanley Cup. That's the reason no one at 31,
he is a number 1,
37 can match up what New Hook accomplished. Now, always on home run sometime, but look about the pick number 25th and 40 today and tomorrow. How many of them are going to have a better career on New Hook? Not many of them at the end of the day.
Yeah, it'll be something interesting to follow. But yeah, you're right. You look at New Hook, he's a number 1 pick.
16 overall pick.
Yeah, number 1. Yeah. Number 1 round.
First round, yeah. A lot of great comments in the chat. Trade for Thompson or Asgarab and no goalie are available. Maybe package deal. And about this, I'm still shocked. New Ranger get Perrault at 23rd. That's the one player, Mr. Tap. One specific player go low late. Who do you think about? Is it really Perrault?
Perot's a definite one that went late. I thought even Quentin Musty went a little bit late. Yeah, those are a couple that really stick out to me.
You're absolutely about this. About this, Perot is one of them. I'll be surprised. Me is to fact like Arizona got Simachev right away, number 6. Is one that maybe the surprise pick, and I will say to you, Oliver Bonk, a little bit earlier what my expectation was. I
Yeah.
think they are the two players. I don't know if you have any other players you believe.
Reinbacher? I don't want to go there. No. Leave that one out. Cut.
You think about Reinbacher is a bit too early.
A little bit too early, yeah.
He
I
was
do
going to
believe
be
that.
out at number 6.
Yes, because again, Arizona would have addressed a need for their team, and defense was it, right? So you're right. He would have gone at number 6. Um, but again, if you're looking at the quality of player and you're looking at who's the best player available, again, don't break it down by position, but he wouldn't rank in the top 6 under normal circumstances.
Yeah.
I
But
really
I
don't
think
believe
for
that.
me, it's a good pick to get. Like I said, he's going to be a good hockey player. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
surprised for Reinbacher.
I
Maybe it's
agree.
5 or 6 or 7. It all depends. It was 3 players. It was supposed to be Michkov, Leonard, and Reinbacher. 5, 6, 7. It was all depend who is going to select the player. It turned around to be to underway Simachev, John Payne on that one. What was not expect to see Simachev on number 6. I was expect more Simachev number 9 with the Detroit Red Wings.
Were you surprised with Carlson going number 2?
Yes and no. The top 4 was supposed to be there. It was just the classify the ranking. It could be all the way, right? Not shocking, like wow, this crazy. I don't think so, but maybe surprised. Yes, Carlson over Fantilli for the Anaheim Duck for sure. Stenberg for Stenberg is a surprise too for me, for Nicholas. A little bit earlier, I think I agree with you. Stenberg, I was expect more at the bottom, at the end of the first round, between 26 to 32. And then Barlow, I thought it was going to be a little bit earlier. I think Winnipeg just get him,
It
if
should
I
have
can
been.
recall it, right? Or on sec.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
It should have been a little bit earlier. I mean, obviously, the Toronto pick, I didn't anticipate it at all.
this is a big surprise. This is the biggest
Yeah,
right now. You're absolutely right. Ethan Cohen, nobody come from that one over there. Um, I don't know this one. I don't
it's a
know.
reach. I mean, I have to listen to the press conference and see
I
what
would
the
like to see all the
motivation
Toronto
behind that.
Maple Leaf fans. What do you think about the pick versus Montreal fans with the Reinbacher?
Exactly. Like I felt better afterwards.
Alex said Carlson was the real deal number 2. Yeah, he is. Like that's the reason I
Yeah,
said to
yeah.
Montreal Canadiens, we're going to get Carlson. When I said Carlson, Mr. Tap, is because I was expect an unexpected situation at the top 4. It didn't happen. I thought maybe
Well,
Anaheim
Michkov.
or San Jose would get Michkov, and both of them did not go nowhere. That's the reason I select Carlson behind that. So that's the reason he's going to be a great hockey player, great pick by them. Again, a tap too early. Reinbacher was more like a 10th, 5th attacking talent, not a need about this one over there. So you guys, if you put 10 to 14, you put Reinbacher behind Simachev and Willander.
I wouldn't put him as low as 10 to 14. I understand what Nicholas is saying there, though. Um, I think he's emphasizing more the fact that if you look at it as strictly as talent that is there, picking the best player and not addressing your needs, that's why I think he's saying 10 to 14. But I personally thought he would go between 6 to 8, somewhere in that range right there.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah. You're welcome, Jerry. I appreciate a lot for that one. Mr. Tap, we'll let you go. We'll let you sleep tonight about that one there. School tomorrow, right?
No, I'm
No
good.
school tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, no.
Wow. Take a day off?
No. It's just wrapping up of final things at the end of the year. All exams are over, so
For
everything
us,
is
the
in
Hockey
place.
National Show tomorrow will be back, but now I maybe skip the round number 2, Mr. Top. I'm going to maybe go to round number 3, and I'll go stay until we get the turn. But you know what I mean, like to get there round number 2 with no Montreal, I think I'll be wait a little bit 1 hour. Depends. So stay tuned, guys. Notification if you want to follow me. I'll be live at some point, but I don't want to guarantee we're going to be all day long because it's about 7-8 hours. And you think about this. For me, I start at 11 o'clock p.m. tonight. So no chase for me, Mr. Top, tonight. Would be great. Go just stop looking for the bubble. Bibit, Reinbacher would be great. I agree with you about this one there. Who was the last second round pick to make a Montreal team? Who was the last second round pick to make the Montreal team?
Second round. That's currently on the roster, King?
Well, Leonard is one of them. I think he was 35 overall pick.
I mean, Gallagher, I think, was what round?
Fifth round.
Third?
Fifth round.
Oh, fifth round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About that one there. Apparently, defenseman is not worth at the top 5 pick. We are set at the top pairing defenseman is not worth at the top 5 pick. I won't think Aston Cohen will make the leave. You are full about this one. There is this one. So, and what about this one, Mr. Tap? I think with the time to get out here, but before we leave, Mr. Tap, we want to first of all, thanks all the moderators of the Hockey National Show tonight. And we say Jose Duarte, Mr. Tap was a part of that. Captain Danny stopped by, and of course we got Mr. Luciano in the house at some point tonight. A lot of people pop up here. Like I said, Mr. Tap, when the 5th was over, a lot of people left with disappointment, frustration, everything like that. But at the end of the day, we're still alive with great commitment. With the Montreal Canadiens, we'll see what is going to happen in the future. Until then, Mr. Tap, we want to thank you personally for your gratitude. We are really grateful and really happy about your time you gave to us. I cannot have a better co-host, guys, as Mr. Tap. Well done, well prepared, and that's really interesting. What's happening in the future. Until the next time, Mr. Tap, we want to remind everybody, of course, one more thing. It is like this.
You are awesome.
He is.
You are amazing.
That's why he's back.
You are the best.
He is.
And remember, you have
greatness inside of
He has always greatness inside of him, and because he knows everything in hockey, guys. We want to thank everybody to be a part of the show. Whatever, we're not agree. One thing we are, we are friends at the end of the day, and that's the most important thing, Mr. Tap. And one more thing, Mr. Tap, what you looking for tomorrow? Do you expect trade or no trade tomorrow?
Oh my gosh! After I was put in my place tonight, I said it was going to be active. I'm going to predict there'll be stuff. Yeah, there has to be. I can't see an entire draft without trade.
We'll be interested what happening tomorrow, Mr. Tap. But look, it was an amazing, great first round of the 2023. We see Montreal. I think Montreal have maybe 8 more picks tomorrow. And we're going to follow most of them. We're going to resume all the picks of Montreal for a special video. And definitely be back at some point to talk more about the Montreal Canadiens. So that's concluded, guys. We want to thank everybody in the chat. Whatever we have disagree, remember, guys, we love you. That's the most important thing. Mr. Tap, one more time. Be well, be healthy. Find a way not only dominate your day, but find a way to dominate the first half of what, Mr. Tap?
Year 2023.
You did it again. Until the next time, guys, we want to remind you one more thing. The Hockey National Show said to you, we love you, friends. An amazing, great night, Mr. Tap. Sweet dreams. See you next time.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Coach. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Ho, 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 ho. Booyah!